akachukuliwa
akapelekwa Gilgil police station.
Okiya Mtata amepelekwa Gilgil police station
Kidogo tu tukakaa kidogo, kitu kama 10 after 1 hour wamemchukua hii usiku hii, amepelekwa hata nini Kamkunji police station. So hatujui after 1 hour tena atakuwa amepelekwa wapi. Hiyo mimi mwenyewe nimekuwa si tunaongea about rumors. Yes.
Okay, Benjamin, since you are part of the protest, you are saying that Okiya Mtata was arrested and taken to Gilgil. Amepelekwa Gilgil. Mara kwanza alishikwa akapelekwa Gilgil.
No, mara ya kwanza alishikwa akapelekwa Central Police Station, Nairobi. Tukakaa hapo kidogo kidogo, tukipiga hapo kwanza wakatufukuza watu wenye tulikuwa tunataka kuingia ndani. Ikakaa kidogo, akamchukua akampeleka Gilgil. Akakaa Gilgil kidogo, hii usiku sasa wamemchukua wamempeleka Kamkunji.
So Mtata saa hii usiku vile tunaongea ako Kamkunji police station.
Unajua nilikuwa kwa gari yake na huyo secretary general wako mwenye anaitwa Maeba. But wametunyima kuingia ndani.
Wamewanyima kuingia ndani.
Yes.
Na mawakili wake wanasema namna gani? The lawyers wale wana represent wanasema namna gani sasa hivi?
Mwambia ukuje kesho asubuhi, wamewanyima access, hatakuja kesho asubuhi.
So Okiya Mtata is being held at Kamkunji police station in Comunicado. The lawyers have been told to come tomorrow in the morning. Yes, and this is a whole senator being held. Na senators wenzake muliona kama hata kuna kuna maseneta walikuja kumuona pale Kamkunji.
Kamkunji bado, unajua Kamkunji tujakaa hapo sana.
Mulifukuzwa.
Hapo wanataka any crowd.
Wow. The viewers, if you are out there and you are wondering where Okiya Mtata is, Okiya Mtata is being held at Kamkunji police station as we are speaking. So anybody looking for Okiya Mtata, if you are a senator, this is your colleague, is being held at Kamkunji police station this evening, and most likely is going to spend the new year at Kamkunji police station. He's not going to be with his family this evening, and for just one reason: Okiya Mtata did not harm anybody. He was just on the streets protesting about the abductions and the killings of young people who have been disappearing from those demonstrations. So Okiya Mtata is being held at Kamkunji police station. They have taken him around. They took him to Gilgil police station, and then for about a few hours, they again took him to Central police station. He stayed in Central for around an hour or two, and they drove him very, very fast to Kamkunji. His lawyers have been denied access to see their client, and they are saying they will have time with him tomorrow in the morning. Most likely, Mtata might be presented in court in Mombasa or somewhere in Kisumu. You never know what happens in this government. I'm joined here by Mburu. Mburu, karibu sana. Africa, and long time. Tell us where you are, where you're listening from.
Asante sana Mzalendo.
Karibu. Our topic today.
Yes, thank you so much, Mzalendo. Thank you for.
I hope your internet is now very much okay, and you will be able to speak without any glitches. Are you okay? Mr. Mburu, can you hear me?
Yeah, my internet is not very good. I'm still working on it right now.
Yeah, but we can hear you loud and clear.
Oh, you can hear me. That's very good. Yeah, I'm good. As you have heard our viewers, my name is Jeff Boro. Right now, I'm here in Nairobi, and yeah, we are ready to for this discussion. There's a lot of things that are happening here, Mzalendo, and at least I'll be in a position to talk when I'm in the ground.
Yeah. You know, just a few months ago, you were on this other side of the world, and we used to talk
Yes.
about our country with a lot of passion. Now you've gone back, and you being a Ruto diehard then a few years
I
ago.
was.
Yes, you
I
are.
was.
What really happened? Why did you change your mind to your favorite presidential candidate? And you used to tell us that Ruto is going to bring the changes that we want as Kenyans. What changed along the way?
Okay. You know, they say it's only a fool who does not change his mind. I parted ways with Ruto completely after I saw how he handled his deputy. I am someone who believes in justice and fairness. I still have a little bit of soft spot on him, and I still wish him well. But as far as the way he handled his deputy, that was a big mistake, because I normally tell people there is nothing bad today. He betrayed his deputy. Somebody, as much as he made some mistakes, I think the way he handled him was cruel, you know. And I believe in fairness. There was no fairness in how he handled his deputy, and that made me withdraw to the extent I don't support him for that. Still wish him well. I still wish him to continue developing the country. But I can tell you the way things are here in Kenya, things are tough. You go to the supermarket with 5,000, then you live with something very little. Actually, I have realized that things are expensive in Kenya than in America. You can imagine. So if we, if we, the people who have means, can feel the pinch, I keep asking myself, what about that Mama Boga? Because with the 2,000 in Kenya, you can't buy anything to eat for 2 days. So I don't know, but something is wrong somewhere. And the government is not in touch with what is happening in the ground. Hawajui huku mashinani watu wanapitia nini, na ni kama hawaelewi na hawasikii. Waswahili walisema hawasikii la mwadhini wala la mteka maji msikitini. Sijui, I don't know who will shout to Ruto, or who will be in a position to tell him, Mr. President, things are not good on the ground. People are really suffering. And I keep asking myself, if people who have jobs, if people who have a little bit of means there can feel the pinch, what about those people? Because we have so many people who are unemployed. We have so many people who don't even make more than 10,000 a month. You can imagine the kind of lives those people are living. It is hard. It is hard for Kenyans. It is tough. But the government is not focusing on lowering the cost of living. They are focused on taxation and how much they can get from Kenyans to develop the country. How do you develop the country when people are sleeping hungry? Do we even need those roads if we cannot afford the basic needs? You know, Uga is not very expensive right now, but all other products are very expensive. So yes, go ahead. I'm still trying to reorganize my network here. I don't know whether it's my network or a network. I don't know, but I'm trying to work on it. So our viewers, this network is bad.
Mzalendo, you are muted.
Benjamin, you've heard what Mburu has said, and you are in Nairobi, Kenya. Life is very, very unbearable. Things are so expensive, and with 5,000 shillings right now, you cannot, survive for 2 or 3 days in Kenya. I mean, I don't know whether you share the same sentiments or that is what took you to the streets today. Can you please just tell our viewers out there what really took you to the streets today as a young man supporting the protests? Benjamin.
Thank you, Mzalendo.
Mm-hmm.
There is something I want to say.
Yeah.
I have met different politicians,
Mm.
and I'm also a politician.
Yes.
So it is not good for me to come here and start sharing on social media rumors.
Mm-hmm.
There's something I want to share here, and I'm not sure if you are aware about it.
No.
Currently, most of Kenyans they are going through a lot. Most of Kenyans they are struggling.
Yes.
So what is happening in Kenya currently? In politics and mostly these mentalities within Kenya, that if you want any elective seat, you need to bribe people.
Yes.
This is what Ruto is currently doing. Someone advised Ruto that if we want to be re-elected come 2027, you need to make sure that Raila Odinga wins a seat. So Ruto is trying all available resources to make sure that even if to bribe those presidents to make sure that they vote in Raila Odinga. And Mzalendo, you are aware that to bribe a president is not about giving him 50,000 shillings. As we are talking, Ruto is trying to bribe those who looks like they are not interested in supporting Raila next year.
So Benjamin, you are saying that Ruto is literally bribing presidents of other nations to support Raila for the AU seat.
No, it's not. Okay, what is happening? It is either you will be given something or you will sign a certain deal. So the main purpose is to make sure that Raila Odinga wins a seat. It looks like fun, but this information I have gotten from a senior person from the government. So that's why most of Kenyans they are struggling, thinking that there is money, but in real sense pesa zinaenda kwingine. Kuna zingine zenye wanaficha mahali zenye zinakuja 2027 zenye tutakuwa tunapewa sisi vijana. Unajua government ya Kenya imejua if someone depends on you, the person will be so desperate and the person can do anything to make sure that at least anapata kitu chochote. So 2027 a lot of cash will be available. People will be bribed to make sure Ruto is being elected. The other thing, Ruto anataka kuintroduce dictatorship in the country. unaona tu vile watu wenye wako kwa nini kwa serikali style yenye wanaongea na madarau as if nothing can happen to them, but they don't remember that hizo vitu zenye wako nazo is not a permanent and it's not forever. Siku moja pia watakuwa mwananchi wa kawaida.
Wow.
There is something I want to add. Hizi shida zote zenye tunapitia kama Wakenya ni sisi wenyewe ndio tumejiletea hizi shida.
Kivipi?
I don't blame these politicians. Ni sisi Wakenya, me included. Sababu gani mzalendo nasema hivyo? In Kenya we have mentality that if we want to vibe any seat, you need to bribe some people. You need to give out money. Like in 2022, Ruto used to almost 11 billion during campaigns. Hizo pesa zitatoka wapi ndugu yangu? Ndio zikuwe recovered. Kama huyu mtu ataiba. So mtu yote mwenye anakuja kama ako na manifesto yenye itasaidia Wakenya, ni lazima Wakenya uwapatie pesa ndio wakuelect. So hata saa hii tunaona we have a group of people wenye wamegather pamoja, they are pretending that they will solve our problem after 2027. Mzalendo, we are here live. After 2027, some people will come here and say at least serikali yenye imekuwa ya Ruto. But because these people, unajua si ati wanatufight, wanataka kututengenezea. No, they are just looking for a way to enter that government na waanze kuonyesha picha yao. My friend Jeff amesema hapa, he was very big supporter wa Ruto. Unajua politician huwa mostly wanaficha white because they know ukiwa kwa main government kuna mkate inyika hapo, kuna kitu mzuri inyika hapo. So ukija uambie wananchi ukweli, they will not elect you. Make sure you lie to them. To access opportunity uingie hapo, muanze ukora. So what am I trying to say? The only person who will save Kenyans is that person mwenye ako na integrity na hajakuwa kwa government. Hajakuwa kwa government, hajakuwa hata maybe hata hajakuwa elected kama MCA, hajakuwa elected kama nini yote, but the person has qualification and integrity. Ndio mtu mwenye atasaidia Kenya. Juu ukiingia kwa hiyo government, for example tuseme kuna kitu yenye Wakenya wanafanyanga ati if we want to be a president lazima upitie MCA, uende MP, uende maybe senator ndio ukuje president. So ukifika level ya president ufakuwa international mwizi, umejua politics mianya yote ya mwizi. Ukiingianga hapo wanakuambia sisi tunafanyanga hivi, but mtu mwenye atakuja huko mwenye aja kuinstructed na hizi vitu na kuna vision na kuna integrity ata introduce something new that will change Kenya. Nisiongee sana, wacha Jeff pia aongee. Thank you.
Asante, umeongea sana ndugu yangu, but I like what you've been saying about in
Zalendo, I can't hear you, man.
I think they are muted.
F umemute. Jeff,
Kevin,
umemute
I think you
bwana,
can say
mazee.
something. Ni kama
Jeff.
mtu amekoli nini So you can say something, tuendelee tu na Nata to join.
Ni nini naendelea nayo? Tumefika wapi? Ruto mmechoma, I mean, mmepika huyu Ruto ama imekuwaje?
No. Unatupata Bach?
Oh, tunawapata vizuri kabisa.
Sawa.
Kevin, tunaendelea. Hello, Kevin, unatupata?
Yes, loud and clear, but Jeff is not clear. I think now he has two. And I can as well not see Mzalendo. I don't know he has one too.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Kevin? Good. I was saying, Kevin, you can go ahead and make your submission. We just opened. You can say hi. You can tell us where you are. We are assessing the situation in Kenya, and I can proceed to do the moderation as we wait for Mzalendo.
Are there tools that you use for the assessment? Are there any assessment tools, or is just through observation?
Benjamin, can you hear Kevin?
No.
Yeah, Benjamin, maybe you have something you wanted to say, because we can't hear you, Kevin. Maybe you are muted or something.
Is it okay?
Yes, our viewers, sorry for that little bit of disruptions there. It's because of the internet. Today we have so many things that we need to discuss. You saw that we had the Omokia Omotata-led demonstrations. I also want us to talk about that. We are going to see if it was successful, whether it was effective or not, whether they were well organized, or whether they met the objective. Benjamin, maybe you can say something about the demonstration which was there today. Do you think these people had organized themselves very well? And also, do you think the way the government handled that demonstration is the right way? Benjamin.
Thank you, my brother. I think, personally, according to me, today
Yes.
protest was not that successful because sisi tulikuwa hapo kwa street, but then personally nilikuwa kwa street na
Okay.
watu wengi hawakuturn in numbers. So there's something government is doing. Government, they fear numbers because numbers can do anything. Numbers can do anything. So what they normally do, they make sure that you don't assemble in good numbers. They make sure that they sell fears. They make sure that they treat others inhuman. Okay, like today, for example, sisi tumekaa hapo chini kusema ukweli, tumeshika nyororo. Polisi hata walikuwa
ulikuwa mmoja wao?
Bro, nimepigwa.
Ulikuwa mmoja wa wale walikuwa wameshika nyororo?
Mimi si ati naongea rumors. Hata kama ningekuwa hapa naweza kutumia picha alafu nisakol picha yangu. Nilikuwa hapo. So sisi tumekaa alafu
tutumie hiyo picha, tutaiweka hapa pia. Yes.
Ilifika time wanataka kufunga nyororo kwa gari alafu watuvurute because walikuwa wanaichukua mikono yetu, wanajaribu yani walikuwa wameshinda vile wanaweza kutuamusha wote. Hii ilikuwa idea yenye tulikuja nayo. So kitu
unapotea kidogo Kevin.
Walianzia mwisho, wanavuruta mkono ya mtu mmoja mwisho wakitoa kupunguza hivyo mpaka vile tulibaki wachache. Yeah. So government haiwezi sahi kukubali kwanza maandamano ikuwe ya watu wengi. Juu unajua maandamano inakuanga kama sijui nini. Yani the moment unaona watu wakiwa kwa TV ndio the moment asiri na kushika nyingi sana. Unakumbuka vile live imekuwa hadi vile watu wanapitia, so unashtukia kama wewe uko kwa straight. So government, hata kuna TV stations zenye were constructed, they were not supposed to wear those news. Hawakutaka watu wajue nini chenye kinafanyika. Yeah, so watu they fear a lot.
Na sasa Kevin, president amesema ya kwamba yeye amejitolea kabisa kupigana na abductions. Anasema ya kwamba mtu yeyote ambaye mtoto wake aliaga, kama kuna mtu mtoto wake alienda maandamano sasa kurudi, kwa sababu yeye as per now he is not aware of anybody who died in demonstrations or anybody who disappeared. Do you think that's a genuine statement, or is it hypocritical, or is it that the president is unaware of what has been happening on the ground? Benjamin, we can't hear you. We can't hear you. We can't hear you completely. Sijui ni nini kinaendelea.
Unanipata?
Oh, maybe you are muted. Sasa tunakupata. Nani anaongea? Haya.
Mimi nilikuwa nimefikiria umemention Kevin. Sawa, wacha niongee. Tangu Ruto achukue uchaguzi uongozi 2022. The first thing during swearing in alisema nikiweka tu Biblia chini unge narudi 100. Unge ilirudi 100 lini? Bado. Akasema kuna time gazi itakuwa 300. Baadaye akakuja akasema ni Mutungi ndiye alisema itakuwa 300. Ruto, hata unajua kitu chenye huwa tunakosea, mtu unamwangalia from beginning.
Yes.
Ruto akiwa cabinet president, Ruto alisema kuna viwanja zenye zitajengwa within 6 months. Sasa hizo viwanja hata sijui kama ziko. So mtu kitu chenye amefanya kutoka beginning ndio utamchaji na ujue huyu mtu ataperform ama nini. Hata tukipatia Ruto miaka 50, Ruto will not do anything. It's just the same Ruto.
So kumaanisha our president can say anything just to be elected by Kenyans. Anaweza promise anything, he can say anything, hata kama ni kudanganya ili watu waingie kwa box yake. Then after that he doesn't care whatever he had promised the people. And maybe he thinks people will forget and move on. I don't know.
You know, Jeff, tomorrow hata president atasimama kwa media alafu aseme, yesterday I was watching a certain interview, kuna jamaa anaitwa Jeff Mburu. Kesho ukuje kwa ofisi yangu nitakupatia 50 million. Ani the guy anashtukianga tu kama amesema kitu. Anaweza kutenga but hakuna kitu chochote. But what I can assure you here, it will reach a time yenye watu watachoka. So itakuwa fight between government and people. There will be no any incitement.
And people.
Itakuwa tu people and government. Jeff,
that's true.
Unaishi Kenya. Wewe unaishi Kenya. Saida hivi kaje? Mtu sasa mwenye anani 100,000 wakikata hizo vitu zote anabaki na pesa ngapi? Pesa kidogo.
Hiyo ni kitu kidogo sana.
Kuna message zenye huwa napata inbox. Jeff, Kenyans are going through a lot. Sometimes unapata karibu message inbox 50 messages. People are requesting for help. Watu wanateseka. Alafu
na sasa hiyo demonstration nyingine itakuwa are you aware when we are likely to have another demonstration?
Yes. Iko kidogo tu, there is something we want to confirm alafu, but what I can assure Kenyans, kuna demonstration inakuja. Yeah.
So, how had you mobilized people? Because many people were not aware. We just woke up in the morning and we saw that there are some demonstrations in the city. What happened? Is it that you people had territory and tell people, or how was the organization part of it? And do you think the demonstration was successful, or your voice was heard by the government? Kevin, maybe you are muted.
Hello?
I mean, Benjamin. Kevin, are you there? You can say something to see so that I know if you
Can you hear me?
can hear you now.
Okay, good. Wakenya wamepitia vitu
Can you try
mingi
to
sana.
talk?
Wakenya wamepitia vitu mingi sana.
Yes, I can hear you. Kevin, you can go ahead.
And based on that, Kenyans are tired. Because looking at the first wave of these protests was all about the finance bill, and the finance bill ilikuwa ni ile uzito yenye Wakenya walikuwa naona kwamba hapo mbeleni vitu zitakuwa bei ghali sana. So Kenyans came out in large numbers and to protest about that finance bill. Luckily, it was rubbished off, and of course, it came later on. There were so many demands given out by Kenyans. We don't need this. We don't need these yes positions and all that. And that's why, I mean, Ruto disbanded the cabinet. But then, weirdly, how can a leader, leader? But now, for now, I want to call him Ruto. I don't want to call him the president, because of course,
sauti yako imeenda chini kabisa. Sorry, we can't hear you, Kevin. Viewers, I also want you to put down your comments if you cannot join. There are those of us who are asking how you can join the show. Joyce, Anthony, to join the show, you just need to click the link which I have already put on the comment section, and I'll be able to enter you into the show. So feel free, Africa 24. We don't side with anybody. We allow people to speak their mind, whether you want to support the government or you want to criticize the government. You are free to do so. Then you are free to criticize our leaders and to support whoever you want to support. That is how we do it in Africa 24. So we allow everybody to air their views, to speak their mind respectively, and that's how we are able to proceed. And the big question we are asking ourselves today, we have had the president declaring war against those who are abducting Kenyans. Do you believe that that statement is a genuine statement? Because if the president is not aware of abductions, the Cabinet Secretary of Interior has also said that he is not aware of abductions and that the government of William Ruto who is abducting Kenyans? That is a big question. It's a yeah. Benjamin, do you have something you want to say?
I think
Hello.
there's a challenge with the mics.
Good. Yeah, I was proceeding to say, Benjamin, when you are on, yeah, you can.
Hello, is it my network or what? Because nasikia zina hang sijui mbona. Buru, umetengeneza network yako? So I think Mburu umehang But let me continue. Ruto alisema he will make sure he deal with those abductors. Kidogo kidogo Mzee Raila pia ataongea na Ruto adila with abductors. Baadaye mwenye ako interior, CS interior Murkomen anasema since hii serikali ya UDA ichukue uongozi, hakuna polisi yote mwenye ameua Mkenya, ameua protesters. So sometimes I do wonder, tunakaa Kenya same ama people are in different world? In real sense, hata mtoto wangu ako kama hata kwa grade what, akienda tu amuuliza, anajua mtu aliua mtu fulani, polisi waliua waandamanaji, alafu Murkomen anasema hakuna polisi mwenye aliua waandamanaji wote. So sometimes I do wonder, is this government serious? Jeff, if we want to confirm that this government of Ruto will not perform and is not serious and somehow it is incompetent, how many reshuffles have been done so far since 2022? And when are we expecting another reshuffle? What is wrong with this
There's so
government?
many reshuffles.
Why are they not listening to people of Kenya? People are crying. The best thing our president needs to do is not about going to look like to look for wakina Uhuru, wakina Kagwe. No, it's just a simple mathematics. Listen to Kenyans. Listen to Kenyans. That is my message to my president. Listen to Kenyans. So I think someone said that Ruto don't have advisors.
That's true.
Ruto normally advises himself. See any doctor.
Do you think he listens to the people, or who are his advisors? Is it like
No, Ruto ndio huwa ana-advise advisor wake. Instead of advisors advising him, yeye ndiye ana-advise advisor. Do you remember there's a time he said that aliambia CS that unajua mimi najua chenye kinafanyika kwa ministry yenu kuliko nyinyi wenyewe.
Yeah,
So
he thinks he
Ruto yeye
knows
ndiye
everything.
anakalishanga advisor, anaanza kuadvise. Yeah, anaanza kuadvise. Na hiyo ndio mistake yenye tuko. But then, Jeff, let me tell you this
Yes.
thing. You know, to run a government as a president is very easy. Why am I saying so? You just only need competent people to select them as PS.
Yes.
Only. So your work is itakuwa to inspect and
allow them do their job.
But yes. Alafu kitu ingine yenye nilikuwa nataka wa Kenya siku moja, Jeff, there is some institutions zenye haitakani president appoint. Hivi kama siku moja tutakuja kubadilisha. Jeff, tuseme kama IG maybe president amamappoint. Haya, sinaona kitu kama Chief Justice hata pia na ndio huwa na appoint president alafu anafanya vetting ami na kuangaje kwa judiciary. Chief Justice who normally appoint Chief Justice?
Yeah, there is an approval from the president also. There is a part where the president has to approve that person, something like that.
Yes. So, Jeff, let's assume maybe you have a company you are running somewhere, you are a boss.
Yes.
Do you think your employees wanaweza kufanya anything against you? Do you think? It is somehow difficult.
It's very hard because I won't pay them or I will sack them.
Yeah, it is somehow difficult. So there is some institution which we normally call them independent institution. President haitakani kuwa involved kama tunataka tuendelee kama nini kama country. Haya. You see like some people Naona network tena imeanza kukatakata kidogo. Wacha kwanza ni mute kiasi.
Okay, hayo ndio maoni ya Benjamin Omenda. Benjamin leo alikuwa katika maandamano, alikuwa mmoja wa wale ambao walikuwa wamejifunga zile nyororo na mtu anaitwa Okia Omtata. Na rumors are saying that Okia Omtata is eyeing to become the president of Kenya. On the comment section, we want to know whether you can vote for Okia Omtata as the president of Kenya. And you are aware that Okia has been in this fight for a very long time, fighting for the rights of Kenyans, being jailed, you know. Tunataka kujua wewe unafikiria namna gani? Do you think that he has what it takes to become the president of Kenya? Because the rumors are saying that he is likely to vie for the presidency in 2027. We have also heard that Matiang'i is also planning to become our president. If you are going to vote for him, let us know whom you are likely to vote for come 2027. There is also a very high possibility that Rigathi Gachagua will be vying to become the president of Kenya, and they are likely to be on the same ticket with Kalonzo Musyoka. He might decide to support Kalonzo Musyoka, but if the courts give him the green light to vie, he is likely to vie as the president of Kenya. Let us know whom you are likely to support. And we cannot rule out, rule out some of these people like Babu Wino. I hear they are planning an alliance with Didi Nyoro of Muranga. Let us know these formations. Which one do you support? This is Africa 24, where we allow people to speak their mind. Kevin, I can hear you now. Go ahead if you have something you want to say.
Jeff, that's a mistake that we always make. After election cycle,
Kevin,
we get into the
I could hear you.
We get in.
Today, I don't know what is happening with yes.
After an election, we get to the next political cycle in a way that there is no time for development. It's just crying and lamenting all through until the next election. Now, in your thinking, or I would allude to the fact that it's just a rumor that this kind of characters wants to vie in the Kenyan space. Yeah. Hello. Hello. So having what I'm saying, having this kind of people in the political space will just be the same thing.
Kevin, endelea tu.
That
Kevin.
Thank you, Kevin, man. Thank you guys for holding up. For holding up. Inakaa ile internet walifanya maneno. Thank you guys for holding up. I don't know, but let's continue with the discussion, Kevin.
So
we have open mic.
I'm just in a previous show which was done by Ndegwa Njiru. It was so well done in terms of elucidating or explaining on what the political status of Kenya. And one of the key things that I highlighted was the fact that there are so many people who are now coming up to vie for this, because of course, when you see there is a gap, you want to fill in the gap. But if there is no gap, you cannot come in to fill it because it's already filled up. So what is happening in Kenya? People are coming up because they have seen a gap in the Ruto leadership. Ruto has messed up the country. Everybody can feel that, and nearly, I mean, anybody who would wish to be a politician would wish to become the president, because that is the easiest Ruto is the easiest to remove from power come 2027 because he has done nothing, literally nothing. Because thinking about medical health care, he has done zero. The SHA, the SHA and the SHIF is really not working for people. If you look at the education sector, the universities are crying. You see, most of the universities are in moribund. Moi University, you saw the other day, they were really struggling of their capitation. Primary schools are the same thing, and as well as the secondary schools. We don't see any infrastructures taking place in Kenya when the roads are, I mean, we see rural roads are not, nothing is happening. You saw the other day during the, on the Christmas Eve or on 23rd, from Nairobi to Nakuru, somebody would take more than 12 hours, somewhere that should only take barely 4 hours or less, just because it's not a dual carriage road. These are things that should have been done if the system was working. But now that it's not working, of course, we are getting into such kind of problems. You see the housing program, people are crying left, right, and center. It's not a time when anybody would wish to work for the government, because working for the government means there's a lot of, high salary deductions and all that, and then your take home becomes very little. I heard one of the panelists here say that somebody earning 100,000 is just a meager payment in the Kenyan space now. I agree with him, because everybody is crying of there's no money, because you get it, but then the dependency level, Ruto has made it that the dependency level is quite high. Why? Because most of the people are not employed. Those who are employed, there's a lot of reductions. What you take home is just something to make, to eat and to share with your families, and then you have nothing to invest. So you are just working for today and yesterday. You have nothing for tomorrow. So it's high time that I cannot borrow the thought of the likes of Mburu in 2022 that they are to vote in this William Ruto. I can't vote him anymore. I've never voted him. I will not vote him in 2027. And I believe the whole of my family, the whole of the village, everybody I know will not vote him. Anybody else that I see in the TV, they are complaining about him. So I don't see anybody voting in Ruto in the next political season. Thank you.
Now, this begs the question, Kevin. There is this alliance of convenience that if Raila gets the AU seat, then Ruto will get Raila's voting bloc, and that is what he's banking on. And you've seen the many trips that Ruto is making in Nyanza. Does that scare you, or does that tell you that the game plan is perhaps much bigger than what you think?
We are not even sure whether Raila Odinga will become the AUC. Look at even his trends in campaigning for this kind of seat. Mohamud, never campaigned like he's doing. So there's the possibility is very slim, and there is high chances that he will lose. But when he loses, that is when Ruto will find a very big rift again. But looking at the fact that if he wins, then Luos will back in Ruto and then vote him as the next, for the second time. That is a complete illusion, because we've seen who Ruto is. You see the other time when Uhuru was saying msipigie huyu, pigia baba and all that. Majority of people did not know. Majority of the people just knew that, okay, Ruto is, Uhuru is not working well with Ruto. Ruto is crying all over. Let's try him and see what he can do. Yes, few people voted him, and it's alleged that he won the elections, which I don't believe to date. So looking at the fact that, saying that Luos will vote him is just but a set of illusions, because I'm a Luo.
It's not
I'm a Luo, but I will not vote him. If you are to vote him, then I don't believe that your entire family will vote him. Out of 10, maybe you alone. But truth be told, very few people will vote him in.
Yeah, there's a bigger debate, and you've seen it on the social platforms that ODM members are in government, although they are progressive ODM members like yourself who are looking at the bigger picture that the country needs good leadership. But a good number of Raila supporters do not buy to this idea of Gen Zs and revolution making a change in Kenya. They have pegged it on the AUC seat. So what is likely going to happen is that most likely the way you are saying that Raila might lose the seat and come back and probably support William Ruto or vie as the president. There's a likely scenario in that manner, but I agree with you that there's a lot of effort that has been put by Ruto to ensure that Raila wins the seat in AUC. But why is that much effort being put? We didn't see that in the current AUC commission chair. We didn't see their country putting that much effort. Even the Djibouti candidate, I've not seen their country putting a lot of effort on aim to win that seat as much as they also need that seat. This begs the question: why is Raila being kicked out of the Kenyan political scene and being elevated to the African AUC Commission seat, something that is not really very coveted, like being the president of the Republic of Kenya? Yeah. So there is a lot that is happening there. Let me invite Jeremy Omondi. Karibu sana, Afrik. But before you introduce yourself and where you are listening from, let me hear from Mburu. Jeffrey Mburu, karibu.
Wacha Jeremy aendelee, mimi niko hapa najipanga kidogo, nitakuwa kwa show mpaka kiwezekana mpaka asubuhi. Niko hapa.
Okay, Jeremy, karibu. Yes. Happy New Year, my brother.
Kidogo tu
Happy New Year, happy holidays.
Yes, happy holidays. We are almost going to the new year. I know in Kenya you are counting the hours now.
No, tomorrow night, not tonight.
Oh, tomorrow night. I think I'm lost in time. But
it's tomorrow night in about 24 hours.
Yeah, you. The other time you were in the show, you educated us well enough about this AUC seat. You educated us on things that we didn't even know. Perhaps maybe you changed your opinion about Raila getting this seat, and why is it tied to the politics in Kenya? Why is William Ruto really fighting for Raila Odinga to win the AUC seat? And is it very important for Kenyans to get that seat?
Very, very, very good questions. First of all, everyone else, how are you? Habari zenu?
Mzuri.
Tumekula tear gas Nairobi leo, but tumezoea. It is normal for us now to eat tear gas in Nairobi. Those questions you have asked, I think I gave my opinions on a couple of them last time. One, Raila being away from Kenyan politics is the safest place Ruto can be ahead of the 2027 elections. So anything that would keep Raila out of local Kenyan politics, he will support. That is one. Two, I don't think that Kenya would stand to gain anything special by Raila being the chair of the AU Commission. That's an organization that is run based on policies, and I don't think that because he's chairman, now the policies will favor Kenyans. That is just a Kenyan mentality. Mtu wetu, kama mtu wetu ako pale, ati now will benefit. So I don't think that if he makes it, which to be honest, I highly doubt he will. And then 3, I think that moving forward, we will see a bit of an even slowed effort. You mentioned it, Mzalendo, that you are seeing very lackluster effort by even the guy from Djibouti and from Raila trying to clinch this seat. I foresee a situation where the effort is going to slow down, and based on some intelligence, it might be grapevine, it might be true, but there is a possibility that Baba might pull out of this race in the second week of January, something there about. I've had some stories, around there. So let's wait and see. Don't quote me on it yet, but it's something I've heard somewhere in a different forum.
All right. You see, here we can speculate. We can speculate, and the more reason why we speculate is because this race, it's the heads of states vote, and you will know your numbers. You cannot go for that election if you don't know who is going to vote for you. You already know that this president is voting for us, and this one is not. This one is not. You already know your numbers. So for him to pull out, it would be that he's losing the race, and he knows his numbers. So to avoid the humiliation is maybe to coin something like, the government is not giving me support enough. Yes, Kevin, you want to say something?
Mzalendo, I joined Jeremiah on this speculation because it's out of speculations that we can maybe have very good hypotheses that can be validated. And Raila's win will depend on the political space or what happens in Kenya in between January, or partly this December, January, and then partly February. Because at the moment, Africa is looking at Kenya. Everything that happens in Kenya, they look at it with very critical analysis. You may not know what is happening in Tanzania now, but Tanzanians knows what is happening in Kenya. The same as Ugandans, they know what is exactly happening in Kenya. They know that there is abductions taking place, and it started way back with the Ugandan leader Besigye, who was abducted in Kenya. Such a person in that caliber getting abducted in a neighboring country, contrary to the international laws. That is weird of a country with a president and with leaders, and in a country whereby an individual is vying for an AUC. So you want to lead Africa, and it's your country which is quite unsafe. And within the same year, your government was almost pulled out. So it shows what kind of leadership you are bringing to the 54 or 55 or thereabout countries in Africa. So you will be tested out of that. And now the big test for Raila is now the exact thing that is happening in the country, actually at the end of the year. And we will be opening the year with crises and a lot of problems here and there. Of course, the schools are yet to open. 1st of February, the people will be in the streets, and probably it will be weekly, because even at the moment there are still abductions taking place, and there are so many people, so many parents are crying of seeking for the whereabouts of their children. These are things which are completely out against the international laws. And remember that Kenya is always looked into by so many, if not regionally or not internationally, but globally. All the countries, when you look at the map of Africa, the first place that you look at is probably Kenya, and maybe a few countries like South Africa. So you look at Kenya and then you find out that the Gen Zs were protesting against abductions, then it means Kenya is not safe. There is high insecurity in the country. One of the leaders is Raila Odinga, who has always been in the political space for quite some time. And we call him Baba, we call him names, we call him Agwamba and all that. And when these names are explained, it shows somebody who is supposed to be leading. A Baba means somebody who leads a family. And now in this case, it's it's supposed to be somebody who leads the entire country. So these kind of things may make even those who had said yes to him turn around and say, no, we need to get back to our Djibouti friend. Djibouti is becoming a bit stable. We don't hear havocs here and there. It's quite peaceful. And looking at even his presentations, Mahmoud Yusuf was quite coherent and very sober, in as much as at some point he was talking as if he was already in the office. And that, of course, sometimes it's highly expected. So confidently, that's why I really join Jeremiah in this speculation that anything can happen in between. And Raila, as we know him, is somebody who may not accept that now he has lost, and now to avoid such kind of bad image for him globally, like you've been losing since 1997, way down to 2022, and again in 2025 at the AUC. So he may just say, let me bolt out to avoid embarrassment. It's a high possibility. There is a high possibility on that. Thank you very much.
And so, sorry, Mzalendo, and Kevin, just to support what you've said, as I'm sitting right now in front of my TV, tonight, no, the last one, Al Jazeera one ended probably about 30 minutes ago. Al Jazeera and CNN are both running exposés on today's happenings.
Yes.
And
happenings since June.
Yes, the protests and the preamble of what has been happening, how yes, the focus is on the president, trying to really portray the president in a certain way, but at the same time both of them were showing that in the president's maneuvering and trying to stay in power, he's consolidating his efforts by reaching out to his political enemies, including Baba and Uhuru, and they are showing how now the government has swallowed opposition. There's no opposition in Kenya. He has brought his people back into government so that he doesn't have political bigwigs opposing him as a way. And you see in that discussion, as much as the focus is on the president, when the person who we anticipate should be going out and leading the AU Commission is being dragged in as he's being compromised by the president so that the president can stay in power, somebody who is watching that from somewhere else outside of Kenya gets a very different understanding for what actually is happening. So like you said, when somebody looks at Africa, they look at 1, 2, 3, 4 countries. Amongst those top 4 countries, somebody will look at in Africa, Kenya is among them. If not the second, probably the first, or maybe the third. So I agree with you on that.
Wow, that's interesting. We are getting news real time, and you see when Al Jazeera and CNN and Reuters had a picture of I will show you the photo of Okiya Mtata.
Yes.
Reuters had a picture of Okiya Mtata, our old senator, in tear gas by the police. That's a big story. I will not be surprised if this is discussed in Britain in the assembly, and I will not be surprised when Donald Trump takes power. Kenya will be part of the agenda and democratization of Kenya. Why we fight, why we talk here each and every time, and why we are on the spaces agitating or annoying some of our friends is because we want a good country. We want a good country for all of us and for the future generation. We've been this war of multipartyism and to some imaginary wars that sometimes we fight for the opposition leader, Raila Odinga, that we don't even understand where it's going. But the young people have shown us the way. This is how we should do our politics. This is what we need. I mean, it is healthy for the country. I've seen Mise LM coming in, and before Mise says one or two things, Benjamin was in the demonstration and is a close ally to Okiya Mtata. He was with him throughout the demonstration, and they left him at Kamkunji police station. Benjamin, what are you hearing lately about Okiya's whereabouts? Benjamin, Omenda. Yes.
Thank you, Mzalendo.
Mm.
There's something else I wanted to add. What my friends have said. That is Jeremiah and Kevin. Personally, hakuna mtu Kenya mwenye na respect kama Raila Amolo Odinga. Nimempigia kura karibu mara 3, mara 4 I mean, and I really respect that mzee. Nimetaka kwanza hivyo ndio kwanza niseme chenye nataka. First, I think there's a problem in Kenya. Someone had said somewhere that Kenya iko na wenyewe. Mzalendo, I think you normally hear people saying that word, that Kenya iko na wenyewe. Kwani hii uongozi waliipigia wire mesh ama waliipigia fence wakasema it will be rotating somewhere. It will be rotating somewhere. And if we can't talk about that thing, Kenya will still singing. Itaendelea tu kusing somewhere. Itaendelea tu kusing. Sababu gani najaribu kusema hivyo? First kwanza nikiongelea about our honorable baba Raila Amolo Odinga. You need to be sure that come 2027, 80% or 89 Raila will be on ballot. Purposely not to win. Purposely to protect opposition position. Opposition. Akuwe tu opposition leader. Mi mama yangu ni Mjaluo, tusiweka hapa ukabila ama sijui nini. Na mimi nakumbuka kuna time fulani kama tungali kwa hiyo maisha ya umaskini, kuna time baba aliuza mbuzi kwenda kununulia watu pombe ili wapigia Raila kura. So nikiongea napenda
yaani baba yako aliuza mbuzi ili Raila Odinga apigiwe kura, na baba yako anamjua Raila.
Anamjua Raila, lakini huyo mzee ukiongea kwa Raila mnakulana mangumi, anakupiga tu mangumi tu ya ukweli. So
mpaka sahi
unajua we need to focus on problems what Kenyans are going through. We are complaining about employments in Kenya. Mzalendo, confirm this government cabinets. How many people are above 60 years? Wako above 60 years and they are still in the office. How comes tuko na watu wenye wamegraduate since 20, hata wengine mpaka 2013 hawajapata job, na mtu anaenda anachukua bilionea mwenye alireta alikuwa the former governor, sijui the former what, ndio wanakuja kuweka kwa kazi. Kuna nini mzalendo yenye nataka tujiulize wa Kenya? Ni lini wewe mtoto wako atapata job? Huyu kijana yako mwenye anasoma mwenye anamaliza university ni when? Brother yangu mwenye anasoma somewhere wenye wamegraduate watapata job lini? Haya, ukitaka kujua kuna mchezo yenye nacheza Kenya yenye hatuelewi mzalendo, we need to talk the facts. Before sisi, unajua sasa tunasema Azimio tumejoin government. That's why let me generalize na niseme sisi. Before someone like Joho joined this government, alikuwa anaongeaje? But sai because ameshika nyama anaongeaje? Junet Mohamed before I join hii government alikuwa anaongeaje, but sasa ameshika mfupa ya nyama anaongeaje? You can't talk about government. So these people, me included Benjamin, I will be making noise here purposely to gain something, purposely to gain personal interest. Nikishapata mzalenda unaona
Ishindwe hiyo pepo mbaya hiyo. Kiniendelea. Wewe ukipata uongozi utaenda kabisa Benjamin.
But it's the reality. He said the reality. That is the way we are.
Do you know, Jeremy, this guy has said it in a very simple language. His father is a staunch Raila supporter. Akaenda kauza mbuzi ili anunulie masupporters wa Raila pombe. Wapigie Raila pombe. Kura. Alafu yeye akiongea mbaya juu ya Raila hata huko kwao ile mangumi atapata. I wanted to ask him whether the position has changed lately now that Raila is now working with William Ruto. Has anything changed? Ama saizi tena Amise karibu bana, karibu we were with you earlier, but karibu sana. This is a very interesting show where we are getting all manner of comments from Benjamin, which is good. I love Benjamin's comments.
Yeah, that is true. Benjamin amesema ukweli. Kama sisi zote tungesema ukweli, vile Benjamin amesema, ingekuwa tumesaidika. You know, first of all, habari yako na other panelists, good to see you. I always say the most patriotic people are people like you who come here and set their time aside to come and discuss issues that actually zinatulenga kama inji, you know. A while ago when I was pressuring you Mzalendo ulete show huko kwa ile forum, I mean, these are the what Benjamin has said is actually intriguing. It connects to what someone said, that Raila is the long-serving president that Kenya has ever had. He was there during Moi, he was there during Kibaki, he was there during Uhuru, alikuwa huko na ako saa hii ndani ya serikali wakati wa Ruto. Many of us will not see it that way because we will always see him, he has conditioned us to always see him as a victim of circumstance of every election. You know, kama umesoma hesabu ya probability, what is the probability that yeye kwa kila election sijui 4 yeye ameibiwa? Unaelewa? It doesn't add up. Juzi tukiwa kwa hii show tuli demystify, and I think you remember, we demystified the idea of kuibiwa kura kwa through vifaranga ya kuku, how he made us to believe that election imeibwa. Unaget? So all these things is the conditioning, that the way we have been conditioned to think that Baba is always a victim, but in actual sense, he is the beneficiary, the greatest beneficiary of every election. And therefore, what does that mean? We are holding brief Baba, Ruto, Kibaki, Uhuru, they're holding brief for their children to be of age so that they can run for the same office and continue the cycle. So there is no way tutaenda in the future, utasikia tutaanza kusupport mtoto wa Raila because of the legacy ameweka, ama mtoto wa Ruto, ama mtoto wa Uhuru, na bado wataingia tu kwa ofisi. So those are some of the challenges that we have. Now, what we witnessed today was pathetic. And I don't know if Mzalendo, you want us, or we have the liberty to talk about it.
No, we are free. I mean, this channel, you have got the freedom. So long as we are civil in our language, we have got the freedom to say what we want to say. That is why we have a freak. Here you are not going to be gagged. The only thing that we want you to say is things that we can also verify some of the things. So sikuja tu unapayuka na vitu zingine haziko, but
So
we
what?
want to
So
remain in our lane.
yeah, sorry. What we witnessed today
Mhm.
is pathetic. It is not supposed to be in a country like Kenya. We have literally suspended the constitution, and the constitution doesn't work anymore. On a daylight, when you see people saying we are unarmed, we are citizens, we are only people who care and love our country, people who are singing and chanting the national anthem, people who are not doing nothing seated, right? And then they are rounded off and manhandled, rammed into a government vehicle by their fellow, Kenyans, the police. It is pathetic and unacceptable. Literally, the right of expression, the right and freedom of expression is suspended and taken away. The right to picket peaceably, unharmed, is taken away. And what now, Mzalendo, we used to rebuke Stone PK when he used to say Kenya is ripe for a revolution. We used to tell him that we cannot wish that for our country. But there is a saying in English that says, when injustice becomes a law, resistance becomes a duty. Now, we cannot stand seeing very young people who are actually asking the release of the people who have been abducted illegally, people who are trying to express themselves, being treated the way we are seeing them treated. And when we have people who ridicule people like those who are in the streets on our behalf, I was not in the street today, but the cause they are championing is for you and me. And if it's not for you and me, it's for our future, for our children, the future generation. And so if there is no one who is supporting that kind of cause, then those people are crazy. Mzalendo, you didn't see destruction of property that we have seen in the demonstrations that Raila Amolo Odinga has called. You didn't see loss of life that we have witnessed in demonstrations that are going to help someone ascend to power. But today we see harmless people who came to just make known and challenge what is happening. I don't know where we are headed, man, but it's quite unfortunate, and we need to speak about it from all avenues and detest it and say, come on, like what those guys were going through, it really, really baffled me, Mzalendo. And I thought that the pride that we take as a country, the progress that we have had over a period of time, the dispensation of the new constitution that makes us proud as a country has all been suspended. Okay? Paul, reduce the volume. So that is why I'm telling you, Mzalendo, we need to reflect, we need to be angry, we need to go back and say, if the police kills one or manhandles one or throws one tear gas, then at the grassroots, we should also start targeting them. You know what I mean? A police has a right. You can't, you swear to defend the constitution. You take to defend, to protect, and execute the functions of the constitution, you know, alafu wewe unasahau unashika mwenzako because you're in a uniform, because you have authority, because you are taking command. When will we see the police downing their tools saying I cannot harm an innocent Kenyan? When will we see that? I rather resign na niende nyumbani na damu yangu isihesabiwe kwa kuumiza Mkenya ambaye hana makosa yoyote. Bro, what is going on is bigger. You and me supported William Ruto. All along, we defended him. We were humiliated in every forum. We were
kicked out.
We were kicked out in every platform. So we need to speak out, and this forum too will be counted for speaking out that the abductions are wrong. And I saw this guy called Mtuse. Perhaps as Kenyans, we should also abduct him. We should abduct him. I saw him saying that all these abductions are just the making of Gachagua. Why is the government, why is the judiciary, why is the police, which is assumed to be independent, has not called Mutuse to tell us what he knows, right, about these abductions? Why have they not called Gachagua to tell them what he knows and how he knows the abductions are conducted to help them in their investigations? So it is sad. It's a sad time for the country. It's a sad time for us all, and it's a sad time for those of people like Martin Shikuku, people who died championing for the freedom and the liberty of our country. And lastly, you talked about, Benjamin said baba yake aliuza ng'ombe, you know, na akapatia kaenda kupatia supporters wa Raila ili wampigie kura. Okay? You have to go back and know the history of the Odinga family. I like the old Mzee. The old Mzee Odinga, he made his money through advising people, mitishamba ama kuponya watu, and people gave him things like gifts. And that's how he made his money, mostly, right? Now, if you look at every government, Raila's brother has always been there, quiet. Now look at, the Odinga family. How old are they? And Benjamin brought in a very important point. Tuliambiwa uongozi ni wa kesho, wa vijana wa kesho. Tumesoma sasa tunazeeka, tuko miaka 50. Bado kesho ijaja. Lakini wazee bado wanashikilia uongozi. Why is Oburu not retired? You know? Why is he not retiring? Why is he struggling in the office? Why is someone like, Raila Moloding, why is he not in advisory position for the nation? You know, we respected him. He was relevant to a certain point, but now he ought to go. All people that we have in government ought to leave, vacate, so that they can also give opportunity to people who have invested in education and expertise in order to help our country grow. And lastly, Muzalendo, imagine if you put Oburu before a computer and technology, the current technology, will he deliver?
Let us leave it at that point, and maybe Mburu, you can come in. I've been seeing you putting on your camera on and off, and you can come in. And Benjamin, the young man who was here, said that he can see some Subarus around where he's staying. So these are guys who are being hunted up and down. So he dropped out from the show. We hope that Ruto's government are not going to kidnap Benjamin Omenda for his comments. These are just young people trying to tell the president that this is what we need. We need simple things. We need jobs. We need good health care. We need education to be affordable, and secondary education to be free. They are
And
not
we also need him out.
Yeah.
And we also collectively need Ruto out.
And we also need Ruto out of the presidency. Most of the people in this forum supported Ruto at one point. Now I need Mburu to, as you come in, there is one comment here that I needed you to answer, and perhaps you'd be the best person who is on the ground to answer this guy. This guy says that the police department did a fantastic job. These kids must be dealt with. Hii upuzi ya kupost ujinga itaisha. Maybe just to answer him, even Donald Trump was posted naked and he won the presidency. He was posted naked in many, many occasions. Uhuru Kenyatta was posted in many times on the social media. But what did he do? he decided to leave the social space. So amechoka. Mimi nimechoka. Yeah. Karibu Mburu.
Thank you so much, Mzalendo. Let me start with that comment that the police have done a good job. I want to say this: there is no good job in abducting people. Whatever is done in secret cannot be good. Those of us who have gotten a chance to stay in America, others are in Australia, others like Miss Elem is in Canada, others are in United Kingdom. When you see the kind of governance that is in our country, you get disgusted. You get annoyed, because what is the purpose of our judiciary? Because yes, sometimes I feel like our young people, they go to the extreme edge of doing things. But to limit them, we don't have to abduct them. We just need to arrest those who feel that they have offended the government or they have done something that is unlawful and take them to court. But what is happening in Kenya? You abduct them as the government, you go punish them, you beat them up, or you kill them. That is not governance. That is hooliganism. And what is even more annoying is to hear the president distancing himself from the abductions. Is he not in charge? We, as the people of Kenya, whom are we supposed to look upon, if not the president? Then here comes another strange guy by the name the Minister of Interior, also saying that from the time William Ruto took power until now, no Kenyan has ever been abducted and no Kenyan has ever been killed by the police. You see? So this kind of leadership is annoying. It's disgusting, for lack of a better word. So that guy who is saying that the police have done a good job, to me, it is wrong even to see it in that perspective, because nobody should ever, in a civilized society, nobody should ever be abducted. Nobody should live in fear. If I have committed a crime, I should be arrested in broad daylight without people hiding and be taken to court. And then I'll be prosecuted, taken to jail, or released. That is civilization. But, and Kenyans, I don't want you to take this as a joke. We don't have a government. Government is supposed to put things in order. Government is supposed to ensure that people can afford basic commodities, basic lives. I mean, So when you see people who are, self-centered, people who just think about themselves, how to enrich themselves, how to retain power, and how to remain in power, those are not leaders. Unfortunately, those are the kind of leaders that we have. That every day they wake up, they think of how much more they're going to add into their account. And they also think of whom should I pull down so that I may remain relevant, so that I may be re-elected. Whom should I bring in board so that I can continue in power? That is what preoccupies our leaders. And I want to say this, Mzarendo. It doesn't matter how many roads, how many hospitals, how many schools William Ruto or houses William Ruto is going to build. So long as he continues to portray himself as a dictator, Kenyans will never recognize his leadership. And his legacy and what will be remembered is how many people he abducted, is how many people he tear gassed. In this century and in this time, what William Ruto is supposed to know is that Kenyans have come to realize something called democracy. From the time of Kibaki, the democracy in Kenya has been growing. Let him not attempt to take us back to the Moi and Kenyatta era. I think Kenya is past that. We have grown. We have known the sweetness of democracy. We have known how good it is to let people speak out. So let nobody, let the president or even his cabinet secretaries or anybody in Kenya think that he can silence people, not to say what they want to say. So it is the high time that the president should reflect on his leadership, rethink on where he has been going wrong, because as we are talking right now, majority of Kenyans have lost trust with their government. And I can tell you, without fear of contradiction, there is a very high possibility that William Ruto will be a one-term president. And especially if Raila Odinga loses the AU position, which is, I have done some analysis, I listened to the interviews, the conference that they had, I have checked so many things. There is the possibility of Raila Odinga becoming the AU chair is very minimal. And therefore, the possibility, and I can say this with a lot of confidence, that William Ruto is going to become, to continue as the president of Kenya in 2027 is very minimal. So there is, if other leaders will organize themselves very well, I can tell you for sure they have a higher chance of kicking this guy out, because it's like he is drunk with power. He does not even know what people want. He does not even know what is happening in his own country. You saw the other day, Mzarendo, Besigye, the opposition leader of Uganda, was abducted in Kenya. And they claim they don't know. So anything can happen to Kenyans without the knowledge of the government. You have just heard they are saying they don't know that people in Kenya have been getting abducted. So are we really having a government? Whom are we supposed to ask what is happening, if not William Ruto and his government? So what is happening is pathetic, is disgusting. We don't have a government. We should get annoyed. We tell them out if we are the boss. And Kenyans, I want you to know that we are the employer of the politicians. But when they have those offices, when they rise to power, they feel as if they are the ones who have employed us. It is supposed to be the other way around. They should be listening to us, because we are the people who pay even their salaries. We fuel their cars, even the food they eat, and the people who work for them, we pay them. Therefore, they have an obligation of listening to what we are saying. So to this extent, the government of William Ruto is not accountable to the employer, who are the people. Therefore, I support those who are saying because William Ruto cannot listen to those who are speaking gently. He cannot listen to those who are speaking on the social media. The only voice he can listen is the voice of demonstrations and picketing until like what Gen Z did. That is, I think that's the only voice that William Ruto, or that's the only language that he can understand. So I commend Okia Omutata for starting, and I know as we enter in the new year, people must put William Ruto on his toes because he thinks he has all the power to do whatever he wants. That if you have a contrary opinion, you set those Subarus, you'll be you be kidnapped, you disappear, or they will punish you and sell fear to you. That so that we can be we can remain quiet. So I am telling the people of Kenya that our democracy has grown. We cannot be silenced. Let us speak. Let us tell the president that we don't have any room for dictatorship. Thank you, Mzarek.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Mburu, for those analyses. Somebody out there says Mburu is always a joker. I apologize first for. You should apologize first for putting this government into power. Mburu will address you in the next round, Mr. Kevin, that indeed put in this government. And that is why we are in so much. Mburu, I think you have got two gadgets on, your computer and your phone. So
no, my computer.
Oh, okay.
It's not.
It's okay now. There was something screeching there. So I think Mburu will answer you in the next round. I see a lot of comments on the comment section. I have Joyce Anthony saying Ruto did big mistake for giving what Ruto did. Okay, let me put one of these. Something wrong with Kenya rules of law. If someone did not get voted in elections role, he should go back and work again in government. Look at Raila Odinga's brother, Orengo, and anyone 65 over should have gone. Now, the new presidents in West Africa, you know what they have said? If you are 55, if you are 55 and above, you cannot be employed in government. The new leaders in Western Africa, that's what they've said, that 55 and above, those people are too old to be involved in government. So perhaps even having very young people in government is not really a solution, but you need to mix them so that we have solution. Like in Burkina Faso, the guy who is in charge of anti-corruption is a young person, and he has done a good job, changed the laws and arrested those corrupt individuals. But Kenya, we are a bunch of jokers. We are a bunch of jokers. We are a bunch of enablers, including some of us in this panel. We enable these leaders get what they want, but it must stop. So Sami Consta, if you don't believe that Omtata is the right person, then I am sorry. It could be the solution. But I will put it up in the panel here to tell me whether we have anybody who we can rely on at this particular moment. Kevin, do you think that we have a clear candidate in 2027? From those who have showed up, we have Umtata, we have Boraras, we have Matiangi, we have who else? Who else are missing out? We have possibly Raila Odinga in 2027 and William Ruto. Who among these candidates can defeat the William Ruto in 2027? And hopefully they will be with Raila in 2027. Kevin. Kevin, are you still there? Kevin,
here.
now, yes.
I think I made my assertions on this, and I gave a comment. I registered my comment on this.
Oh, you've already registered your comment on the issue.
Yeah, there's high chances that Raila Odinga will fail the AUC seat.
Mm-hmm.
And that is hello?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah. So as I said before, because these are perennial loser, because all the time 3, 4, 5 times he has been losing, and the assertion is always
Omera, let Raila supporters not hear you saying that Raila Odinga is a perennial loser. They know that he's been
he is
winning elections.
definitely is. I come from Bondo, but he has always been like that. So high possibility, because we have we know the exact number of presidents in Africa. It will be quite transparent. If you vote for Raila, it will just be displayed in public that so and so has voted for Raila. If it's Sheikh Mohamud, it will just be said in daylight. So Raila just knows exactly, he will know exactly who has voted in for him and who has not voted in for him. So he will not have any chance of saying, I mean, the elections have been rigged and all that. I won, but somebody rigged it. That's why we are saying there is, we are speculating. I mean, the group of speculators that Raila may bolt out of this race and leave the Djibouti counterpart to win. And that speculation can become true. So
no. What will be? He must, to leave the race. You must have a reason for leaving the race.
Because he will lose.
No, he will have a reason to
he has done campaigning all over Africa. He knows whoever will win. I mean, for him. So he will bolt out because he knows exactly that he will lose.
Okay, let me have Jeremy.
If there is no plausible reason as effective as for personal reasons, due to personal reasons.
Mm-hmm.
Once somebody tells you due to personal reasons, utamuuliza nini tena?
Oh, by the way, hapo hakuna swali ile utamuuliza.
Yeah, somebody tells you due to personal reasons, this is my position, this is what I'm doing, and he goes. So the reason, don't even bother about the reason, but just let's see what happens. But I like what's going on here, and my position on what is going on, what happened today, and how the president is reacting to the agitation by Wananchi is this. One, I have a feeling that this president is not a very good student of history. Okay? These young guys he has running around in Subarus. Remember during Moi's time, there was CID,
yes,
special branch. Right?
Yeah.
They did do all these things that these guys in Subarus are doing, but they did exist at that time. And remember that this current president worked closely with Moi at some point, so he should have seen and known how these plainclothes, policemen are supposed to be used. That is one. Two, he should have known better, right? If you go back in, former President Uhuru's term.
Yes.
During President Uhuru's first term, and this current president was his deputy. Kenyans were killing Uhuru on social media. Yeah? They called him names, Jaden, G. Kamwana, all these things, right? And they trolled him on social media so much. And the mistake he was doing on his first term was that he was responding to what people say on social media. By the time he was realizing that he can't respond to every single Kenyan, all the 58 million of us, on based on our opinions on social media, he can't do it. So what did he do? By his second term, he said, you know what, I'll just, get off the social space and focus on delivering for the people. And again, this current president was with Uhuru in that administration throughout those 2 terms. Now, when it has come to his term now, he should have come knowing that Kenyans are going to troll him on social media. They will call him names. they will insult him. They will say many personal things about him and his family. So he should have come into the presidency knowing that this is what's going to happen. So he should have prepared his skin. He should have made his skin thick before he sat on that seat. And then when what he was anticipating was now happening, people trolling him and calling him names, he should have known that I can't respond to all of them. And they say on social media, what is my best response is to get off the social space, right? And focus on delivering for these people. And if at all I'm being trolled on social media, I can't make my response to be sending goons on taxpayer dollars to go and look for every single Kenyan who insults me on social media today. He should use the plainclothes police, the CID, the NIS, DCI, whatever name you call them. He should put that force to a better use as opposed to trying to go after every single Kenyan who trolls him on social media. If I was his advisor, that's what I would ask him to do. That is one. And to be honest, that is not a treatment to the problem. I'm not treating the ailment. I'm treating the symptoms, right? To treat the ailment, I think that, and I'm not really sure if he really has this focus in his planning. He should focus on getting the right people in the right offices that can help him to drive his agenda, to deliver on what he promised Kenyans during the campaigns. And I say this confidently that I don't think his heart is in delivering for Kenyans. And that is where our problem starts. His focus is not on delivering to Kenyans. And that's why everything he says, everything that the president says he's going to do are things that you cannot substantiate. You don't see the rationale behind them. You don't see the planning behind it. For example, I can give you the latest thing that I was really baffled to hear him even talk about. On this past week when Kenyans were going home, Kenyans from Western Kenya, Kisis, Luos, Luhyas, and the rest of us, and people spent 2 nights on the road on Nakuru, Nairobi highway, right? And we know the process that goes into getting a highway like that done. So this happens and Kenyans are all over social media crying and all. Then the president goes and publicly says that the first week of January, we are starting to do the dual-link construction of that highway. Then you're asking yourself, really, was this in budget? 1? 2, being such a mega project, in these few days that he has, how are we going to go through the public tendering and procurement process to get the contractor? And when is this contractor even going to get on the road? So when he comes and says things like that, you're wondering, where is his heart? Where does he put Kenyans when he says that he's going to, within a week, start the construction of a super highway that has not been in plan before? So that and many other things you can say. But I think the problem is that our president, I'm sorry to say this, I don't think that his heart is in delivering services for Kenyans. Moving forward, as Kenyans, sisi wapigaji kura, I think we should really learn a lot. We made some few mistakes, in the past with the elections. Yes, of course, some were stolen from some people, and some of them outright, were wins, right? Yes. What we need to do as Kenyans moving forward is we just need to wise up, right? And I don't know who will do this, who needs to take Kenyans on a very serious civic education to understand that you need to elect leaders, not because yeye ni mtu wenu, but because he's somebody who you believe can deliver for you. with this president, with these 3 years that he's been in office, if there's any Kenyan who doesn't regret that we made a mistake, I think he's probably a very close relative or a close friend or somebody in his family is in the government eating with the president. Because other than eating and letting his really non-focused, adherents like his CSS and PSS and all, who are just gloating over the wealth they have garnered over the last 3 years, they are all of a sudden billionaires from nowhere, and they're not doing any business. Everyone in Kenya is disgusted with this administration. Any Kenyan that is not disgusted with this administration, blah blah, relative to Ruto. So moving forward, I think we just need to see how and that's why these forums like this are very, very important, so that we can air out our discussions, and hopefully out of the discourse, something good can come up, and we say, you know what, this is what needs to be done to take a small step and we move forward. But I condemn the violence that happened today. I'm seeing somebody saying that, oh, police walifanya kazi mzuri. I sort of understand where that person is coming from, but I think he's just not saying it the right way. Let us use social spaces to critique the government, right? But I have a very serious reservation when we have images of the president in a coffin, when we have images of the president, and those types of things. Those don't help, because, to be honest, those are not making, not adding value to the discussion. And I think those are the types of youths that these Subarus are going after. Let's use social spaces effectively, right, to add, value to the discussions and create some change. If we do that properly, things will change. That is my 2 cents.
Thank you, Jeremy. You never disappoint. I mean, Ruto has been criticized because of so many things. Failed policies such as the substandard fertilizer. That one created a lot of controversy. And remember, the minister was sacked only for his personal assistant to be appointed by Ruto. Later on, Ruto dropped him in this last reshuffle. So those are some of the things that we are talking about. Those are some of the things. Those are failed policies. Just the other day, Ruto announced that the country had spent 500 million for the Grammy Awards. Do you know? I don't know whether they research on these things or they think that Kenyans are so stupid. I think these politicians
I think that's it. They think that Kenyans are so stupid, and for us, we validate their position because they say this thing, and then we clap and laugh and
clap and laugh, and like a politician is a genius. I'm in this forum where politicians are in, and whenever they speak, there's nobody who can answer them. They feel like they own the space. They own each and every statement, and each and every statement that they say, people should, follow their statement. And that is the wrong mentality. We all have a brain. We don't belong to this class of people that will be told to do something by Junet. I don't think I can be told anything to do by Junet Mohammed, for example, and do it without saying, hey, wait a minute. Or I can be told something to do with George Aladwa, for example, and then you just do it, although he's my friend. But I'll ask him, hey, Mheshimiwa, why do you think, why should we do it this way? Why can't you do it in another way? So some of these things, I have friends who are still in UDA. They are very good friends of mine. And they have remained there, and probably for the gains that they look at politics differently. and probably they don't look at politics like this is our country. We need to secure it. We need to rectify the situation. But Ruto has reached a point where nobody can tell him the truth. I don't think there is any politician out there, including Raila Odinga. I think these people fear William Ruto so much. Yeah.
He is a very condescending person. Yeah.
Yeah.
And he is a very, his way. It has to be his way. If it's not his way, it can't work. And that's why a lot of these people are so scared of him, and they can't tell him the truth.
I mean, say, I do think Ruto is, you've been supporting Ruto for a while. I do think Ruto is a ruthless politician. And what has he to gain with this broad-based government? I call it bread-based government. This broad-based government, what are they gaining from? Is it anything different from the one-party rule that we used to have in Moi's days, that we had one party deciding for each and every Kenyan what we need to do? Is it even constitutional to kill multi-party democracy in Kenya?
It is not constitutional. He has not killed it. Come to think about it, where is it written? That where is that binding? You see, Ruto is smart. Let's give it to him. Like we have said in the history of Kenya, we've never had such a president like Ruto. The problem is using his ability to manipulate and people and resources the wrong way. He should be doing that for the benefit of the country. But here's the thing: Ruto is looking for people will be singing the choir song. Wakisema hivi, just like Jeremiah said, it's either his way or the highway, right? So for you he has money, he has power, and therefore he's using it to make sure that he gets away or gets what he wants. Therefore, him bringing Raila Amolo Odinga gives him acceptance, a sense of acceptance in Nyanza region, where a lot of people never gave him approval, right? Nobody really wanted Ruto. But now, like we have said in other shows, Ruto has spent and has taken a lot of money to Nyanza, okay? They never voted him, but Nyanza has benefited through this government of William Samoei Ruto. Why? This is because of the relationship that Ruto has been making behind the doors with Raila Amolo Odinga. And therefore, like I said before, that is why you saw Gladys Wanga is a darling now of William Samoei Ruto, because through Gladys Wanga, she brings aboard Agrey Orengo, Moses Kajwang, and many other people. And you see, these are the cheerleaders and groundbreakers for William Ruto to be accepted in Nyanza. The narrative or the songs people used to chant in Nyanza that Ruto must go have slowly diminished, because now Ruto is taking resources to Luo Nyanza, and perhaps Luo Nyanza has known that they can be relevant by just being in opposition all through, because then if they compel and attract people to seek validation and acceptance during their tenure in office. If you look at, if you go to Nyanza, to Luo Nyanza, I have seen very good road networks, road infrastructure. I've seen very good markets that have been made, TVETs or colleges that have actually been, influenced to go there. And interestingly, if you look at the road, the class of the roads that are in Nyanza and the way they have been done very well, compared to other parts of Nyanza as well. So Ruto is also gone to coast. He has looked for Joe, the most influential, Governor 001. He's put him in his pocket. Mbandi is also, who was, the people who are close to Raila Amolo Odinga. He has put them in the pocket. And therefore, he has also given them a dangling carrot in the government. And now, like someone said, those who used to talk badly about Ruto, they are now singing and praising Ruto, even Junet Mohammed, of all the people, Junet Mohammed is now talking about and praising Ruto. And therefore, you can see that he is seeking acceptance. He went to Meru and gave them the deputy president position to get some sympathy from that area, Mount Kenya or Murima, as they refer it, so that they can say, even though, yes, Gachagua was not good, Gachagua, even though I took out Gachagua because we could not work with him, but at least I replaced your position. I never gave it away, right? So Ruto is a master, and he has managed to bring all these people together, and he sought validation. In Ukambani, wanajua Kalonzo ni watermelon, and that's why you see he is now mentoring someone like Mtuse, who is mtu wake wa mkono wa kuongea na kufanya vitu na kuanzisha vitu kama ile impeachment. Na now you've heard Mtuse as well akianza kusema that all these abductions are actually done by one Gachagua, Rigathi Gachagua. So you can see the arms of government, where we are supposed to have separation of power, have been made to nothing. When we had some time back, people used to talk about state capture. The true state capture is now during Ruto's time. And you can see that every department of the government, every arm of the government is useless, toothless, powerless. The judiciary is even like haiko. So nani tunamkimbilia nani? Nani?
Yeah.
So it's
tunakimbilia nani? There's one in our previous conversation we had one guy who is missing in Kenyan politics, and he got an appointment, and a big appointment, and perhaps he's the one who is in charge of these abductions. Where is Ezra Chiloba? I want to pose this question to the panelists. Where is Chiloba? Does anybody know where Ezra Chiloba is now?
I think me, the last time I saw something about him, he got some appointment in some UN body or something like that.
No, that is where we're missing the point. Do you know this guy is in charge of communications? Is the guy who is in charge of communication? Is the communication director in Ruto's government. So
really?
he never went away. He's still looking into your phones. He's still able to look into your
But
phones.
no, he was at Communications Authority of Kenya, but he was kicked out of that because of corruption a long time ago.
Oh, you mean he was kicked out? Which year was
yes.
he kicked out?
He was kicked out. He was the CEO of Communication Authority of Kenya, but he had a scandal of with some land, Communication Authority of Kenya land, and with some monies at the authority.
Yeah.
That was misappropriated. So he was the board actually kicked him out. The board of Communication Authority of Kenya kicked him out, literally fired him. And that was a long time ago.
Who replaced Ezra Chiloba as the communication director?
I don't know what you mean when you say communication director.
There is a communication authority of Kenya.
Yes.
The head of communication authority of Kenya, that Ezra Chaloba was kicked out. Now, who replaced him as the head of communication authority of Kenya?
Daniel Marube.
Daniel Marube.
No. So sorry, not Daniel Marube. Just a minute.
We will find out. The internet will have that information. But anyway, that is a very important conversation because these are the guys who are in charge of your communication, in charge of your gadgets, in charge of.
So now.
Yes.
So now the board chair is Mary Mungai.
Mm-hmm.
Kisiangani Edward is on the board. Raymond Omolo is on the board. Kipto is on the board. Mugonyi is the director general. Christina Chama is a board member. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Let me just make you the CEO.
I am telling you that body is so important that Kenya. You look at the composition and you see security officials in that board. It tells you that these are guys who are in charge of your communication.
Yes.
That is a very important organ, and those are the guys who tap your phones in conjunction with Safaricom, yeah, so that they can know what you're doing, which is again very illegal. But Safaricom is using that information. I saw a feature done by one Morara saying that even if they miss you on your phone or on your email number, they can still get you your token. The token that you pay. You see, the token that you pay gives them the address where you live, exactly where you live, because you have that information left with KPLC. So KPLC, the police are working together with these abductors and Safaricom communication. So it's a whole network. It's a whole network. So if they miss you on your phone, they will get you on your token. So kama unalipa stima na token, definitely it will show them precisely where you live. Juu unashindwa, hao jamaa wanaingiaga tu kwa nyumba ya mtu bwana. Kama ni kwa Mboro, watampata tu kwake kabisa. They will not even miss a door. Watajua tu hii token inakuaga hapa ni ya huyu jamaa. Wanaingia kwa nyumba. But anyway, we move to the next phase of this conversation. It has been we have stayed very much on William Ruto and his government.
Before we move, I wanted to point or to give some few points.
Yes.
Somebody was talking of the age limit in order for someone to occupy the government jobs or positions, and the person was proposing, or someone was quoting one country which have given 55 years. For me, I think it's okay to have a mixture of old and young people work together in the government, as long as they put the pride of the common mwananchi ahead of anything else. The only problem we have is that our leaders are selfish. That when I go to government, I go with the mentality of enriching myself, that I'm going there, and from there, even the generation to come from my family will never be poor. That is the kind of mentality. Instead of thinking how we can develop our country, we think on how we can enrich ourselves as leaders. So that is the biggest problem. And you have seen, someone was talking of the money being used by the government to campaign for the AU position. Corruption now in Kenya has now become international. We have exported our corruption to other countries, trying to bribe presidents so that they can vote for Raila Odinga. For me, I'm saying this is bad manners. This is not good. I listened to Piero Lumumba talk about it. I have listened to several people talk about it. Even somebody went to court to stop the government from using public funds to campaign for AU position. It has never happened in any other government, and this position has always been there. Do you know why William Ruto is doing that? It is because if Raila Odinga will not become the AU chair, the deal that they have that he should become the chair and give the support, his support base to William Ruto will not be there. That bridge will break. I also wanted to, somebody said, I think it was Kevin, that Jeff is always a joker. So who said that? You should apologize because he is one of those who supported William Ruto. Who was saying that Mzarendo?
It is Kevin Atandi. Atandi is the one who was saying that on the comment section that you are a joker. So
Yeah, because I supported and campaigned vigorously for the government, for the UDA government, and I want to say that anybody can make a mistake, and I accept to tender my apology to the people of Kenya and Mr. and Mzarendo.
You have eaten humble pie.
You should also apologize because I believed in every word that proceeded from the mouth of William Ruto. There was no way I could believe that all what he was saying was a lie. He said it with a lot of passion, convincingly, that this is how I am going to transform Kenya. You know, he talked about the hustler fat and how it was going to work, the affordable housing, how he was going to lower the cost of living, and it was so convincing. So only a fool who does not change his mind after seeing how he is handling governance, I came to realize this is not the right person to be the president. But equally, we had no choice because Raila Odinga has never been my choice. And I even don't know whether if he became the president, that things would be any better. We saw him when he was the prime minister. We have seen him in all these other governments. We haven't seen him having better policies. So we were doomed, whether we went for right.
Moro, I don't think you're right. You're right.
No, let me finish. You say.
No. You can't get away with this because in the Grand Coalition government that worked so well for the people of Kenya, Raila did a wonderful job in infrastructure.
No, all what I remember in the Grand Coalition was that Raila Odinga was complaining from morning to evening about the carpet, about have not been involved. He was a nuisance.
Where were you domiciled around that time?
Let me finish what I'm saying. So
just a short introduction, then you can proceed. Where were you domiciled at that time?
Oh, Raila Odinga was not doing anything in the Grand Coalition government. He was complaining.
Where were you living at that time, Buru? Just
I was in Kenya, by the way, and during that time I even got a chance of having a meeting with the former prime minister when he was handling the maize shortage, and he had no solution. He slept in the whole.
Mburu, what I can say, then I'll let you proceed, is that during the Grand Coalition, Raila did a very good job on infrastructure, like Mzalendo said, but the narrative that was sold to people, to our Kenyan brothers and sisters in the Central, was that Raila was constantly complaining about carpet. That's the point I wanted to make. That's why I asked you where you were staying at that time, but I'll let you continue.
You see, Mburu, you know, Mburu, you're a nice person, but there are some people who can tell you that you have got some weaknesses too. But you cannot be all that. You cannot be bad throughout. There is some good parts about you that people can talk about.
That part of good. For me, I haven't seen it so far. I believe the leadership, the leadership style of Raila Odinga has done more harm than good. to the economy and to the nation of Kenya. Anyway, that apart, because right now he is not vying and he was not even subject of discussion, I wanted to say that the way William Ruto had come and the way he was articulating his agenda to Kenyans, it was so convincing. He also came as a Christian, a staunch Christian. He also came as someone who was being oppressed by the former regime. So it was so convincing, and right now we are really regretting why we chose him. And Mise has termed Ruto as a smart guy. And I beg to differ, to respectively differ with you, Mise, because I used to think the same, that William Ruto is a genius, he's very smart. But can you tell me, Ms. LM, how can a smart person break one bridge to go and build another bridge that he's not sure of? Because Mount Kenya supported Ruto at around 90% or thereof. Right now, because I'm on the ground, I can tell you how the situation is. Nobody wants to hear the word William Ruto in Central Kenya. At least if the election is to be done today, he might get around 13, between 15 to 20%. 80% is gone. So he has built one bridge with Raila Odinga, of which he is not very sure whether this bridge will hold or is going to break. Because if Raila will not become the AU chair, I can tell you for sure he will not support William Ruto. And the possibility of him becoming the chair is very minimal. If you have been reading and listening to the news, to international news, to the researchers and all that, to the political analysts, I can tell you for sure there is no chance. And that's why they're spending a lot of money trying to campaign for him. Na ndivyo tunasema chema chajiuza kibaya chajitembeza. Sisemi Raila Odinga ni mbaya, nisemi tu, lakini jiulize kwa nini wanatumia pesa nyingi hivi. Kuna kitu wanajaribu kufinyiria itoshee ambayo haitoshei. So mimi naona William Ruto anacheza ile mchezo wa patapotea. There is a possibility of getting the Nyanza support. There is also a possibility of losing that support. So a smart person cannot make such a miscalculation of losing Mount Kenya votes. People who voted for him for almost 100%, right now they are not with him. Today I can tell you, if the general election, although we don't, the other people have not arranged themselves, they are not very organized, but if we get a serious candidate, I can tell you for sure William Ruto will be a one-term president in Kenya.
Just one question for Mburu. Before you come in, Mise, just one question, because he said something very interesting about Mount Kenya and their politics. Suppose we have Raila Odinga on the ballot and William Ruto. How will Mount Kenya vote?
We cannot have William Ruto.
I have asked you. I've asked you a simple question. We have only one William Ruto and Raila Odinga on the ballot, because I think we are moving to the coalition. Maybe that is not a possibility.
You see, it's very hard. I can tell you for sure.
Is it that Mount Kenya hates William Ruto because he kicked out Gachagua, or because he's working with Raila Odinga?
No, listen.
Let Mburu answer. You've asked a hypothetical question. Let him answer as you are answering. Let him not give an set. You know, you have set up a question for him, right? Wait, Mburu, wait. The question has been set.
Just try to answer the question. The way we are in a situation where everything has happened, and now we have Raila Odinga on the ballot and William Ruto. How is Mount Kenya going to vote?
And wait, we have to give instructions to this question. Mburu, don't set up. Mzalenda set up a question, and he's only asking answers from you. don't set up a question for you and then answer it again. So answer the one that Mzalenda has asked you.
So this is one I would say there cannot be a situation whereby we just have William Ruto and Raila Odinga on the ballot. But if that happens, then Mount Kenya, as it stands right now, many people, majority, around 80%, will not vote. Why? Because there is nothing the people of Mount Kenya hate like betrayal. And as much as Rigathi Gachagua was not maybe very good to William Ruto because he was disputing some things that the president was doing, that position was not for Gachagua. That position was what was bargained for by a community. So he was holding it as a trustee. By the fact that William Ruto did not respect the negotiations that they had before going to the elections, that tells you that Mount Kenya people, majority of them realized this guy cannot be trusted. You remember William Ruto and Uhuru Kenyatta differed, and they had serious differences and conflicts. Uhuru Kenyatta never tried to impeach Ruto. But now, this Ruto took it to another level of not just sidelining the deputy president, he went to the level of impeaching him. That, to the Mount Kenya people, was an inhumane way of handling Gachagua. This is someone who even called the press and apologized and said, if I have offended anyone, please forgive me. What were the offenses of Gachagua? One of the offenses was to say the president was not supposed to crush the Gen Zs. The president, not the president, but the government is supposed to reason with them because they are outdated. William Ruto, that was very bad. The other problem was that there are things that they had bargained, that when we take power, these are the things that we are going to implement. Gachagua was telling the president, please don't deviate from what we agreed. If it is development, there are agreements, there are things we have discussed. Can you implement those things? But to William Ruto, as somebody said, he cannot be told by anyone. He wants to be their advisor, he wants to be the boss, and he wants, now because he is already in power, whoever helped him to capture that power does not matter. Because of that mistake, Mount Kenya people have said, not William Ruto. The same way they disagreed with Uhuru Kenyatta, their own son, and they told him, no, you had an agreement with Ruto when you were forming the government, that if you form the government, you are going to work with him to the end and support him. And now you want to betray him? They said no. Now, can you imagine what will happen to Ruto after betraying one of their own? We refused.
Mburu,
yes.
You said before that you disagreed with a statement before. You ought to realize, if you have a risk taker, do you think all risk takers are not smart?
So who is a risk taker?
No,
he never realized he was taking risk.
No. Answer. When you are asked a question, is not an opportunity to explain again what the other stories. I'm just asking you so that I try to understand.
No, I mean, Mise, can you go direct? Who is a risk taker?
And what are you calling? Buru, answer the question. It's a very simple question. Are you saying a risk taker, any risk taker, is not smart?
You take risk and you take it in a wise way, but not in a foolish way.
So you think in your argument, you're saying in your argument that
yes,
by sidelining the Mount Kenya, that is a foolish way.
You see, the miscalculation is he was not sure of where he is going. That is why today you have He's trying to bring other
You're
people
not
in a couple of
answering
you see,
questions, and that's why I'm
when you
having a
are
problem with you. Mzalendo, can you subject
Yes.
Mburu to answer yes or no questions?
No,
Yes or no? Are you
you
saying
see, Muro is a politician. He will go round and round. Straightforward questions.
Let
And
me say what I
this
wanted
is
to
my
say.
problem with you, Mburu, and the people who are thinking in your direction. The argument here is bigger than Mount Kenya and Gachagua. The argument about this country is Kenya. It's bigger than.
Let me tell you. You see,
no, just wait. I want you to understand. You are right. You are right in everything. Listen, you are right. I'll give you a time. You are right in everything that you're saying, but I need you to understand that the conversation the people of Kenya are having at the moment is the one that is bigger than Mount Kenya. It's bigger than Nyanza and Raila Odinga. It is about the country called Kenya. All right. So until you get that concept right, then every other person will be thinking like a Kenyan.
Mzalendo, let me tell you, there is a mistake that
I haven't finished asking you the question, Mburu. I haven't I wanted to rebut what you said. This is what I was telling you, Mzalendo.
What was the first question? Because you people you ask a question and you keep talking.
No. You drifted from what we wanted to ask you. You know, in a conversation, sometimes
I cannot answer questions here. Yes and no. We are not in a crucial examination in the court of law. You are a lawyer. You think you're in the court.
Okay. So here is what I'm saying. If we think then that Mount Kenya, really, this position of the deputy president was negotiated on behalf of the community, and Gachagua was the custodian. When Gachagua was impeached, what did Mount Kenya do? Nothing. They did nothing. They let their son. They let their son. In fact, no. Let me make my comment against what you say. They let their son humiliated. Okay, they did not protect their son. Matter of fact, William Ruto has even not William Ruto, but we have seen Gachagua, being, hosted from, funeral meetings and not very well in other places. This is not good. Even though if Mount Kenya feels that they matter in every election, then they should have jealously protected Gachagua, because the president that was set by impeaching the deputy president, Rigathi Gachagua, was not good at all. On the other hand, you ought to realize that Mount Kenya for the longest had dominance and sense of entitlement of the presidency, that other regions, that they felt that without them being in the picture of presidency, the country cannot run to the right direction, which was actually wrong. And that is why William Ruto is looking to make new alliances, and ensure that they demystify the authority and dominance of presidency in Mount Kenya. And for the longest, that is why we have had rivalry between the Luo community and the Mount Kenya. So today, William Ruto is saying, I actually think I don't need you if I have the Luo Nyanza, if I have Nyanza, if I have Coast and Rift Valley. Actually, you don't matter. He's taking that risk, and taking that risk doesn't mean that he's stupid. He has actually not left stones unturned. He has brought in Kindiki, who is also actually temporarily holding brief for the Kikuyu community. So to say that William Ruto is not smart is to underrate his ability to manipulate people the way he has manipulated. The question is that the right thing for our country? I think it's not the right thing to our country. Matter of fact, I think we should find a way to amend this constitution so that every tribe, we have 42 tribes, every tribe should have a chance to become or to hold the presidency. So if this year we add the Kalenjin in the presidency, next year the Kalenjin should not be in the presidency. They shouldn't qualify. That's the way I'm thinking. Then this way we will demystify the dominance, the foundations under which in Atumika to divide us against or in the lines of tribalism, because tunaambiwa kabila lenyu ama sisi tunamalizwa, and then we start rallying the tribes around us and behind us to fight other tribes. But if we know you're only having this position for the next 2-3 years and then it's going to go to another tribe, then we are comfortable to wait because we know it's coming to us anyways. And that is the challenge that we have. So Kikuyus should know, or not only Kikuyus, but the Mount Kenya should know the proximity to the capital and to the capital city where the national government sits has given them the privilege or the niche over other regions in terms of development. And also now taking that presidency to other regions will influence development, which is fair to every Kenyan.
Mise, I want to chip in by supporting you and answering Mburu all in one swipe. So Mburu, initially when Mise said that Ruto is smart, that term smart could be taken in very many different ways, can be understood in very many different ways. And this is the way I understand it. Caveat, in Kenya right now, there is no current politician smarter than Ruto at playing the political chess game. Take that to the bank. Not even Raila is close. That is one. Two, there is nothing that Gachagua did that Ruto did not do when he was Uhuru's vice. Nothing. There is nothing he did that Ruto did not do. But what happened, right? Uhuru was smart, okay? He did his calculations and looked at, fine, if I kick out this Ruto guy, first of all, do I have the numbers in parliament to successfully impeach him? He did his math, and I can probably tell you that his answer was no, he didn't have the numbers. That is one. Two, after I impeach Ruto, what next? He looked at the possible scenarios and said, no, impeaching this guy is probably not going to be a good idea. So he stopped the idea and did carry on with impeaching Ruto. Fast forward to now Ruto, and this is where his smartness comes in. He sat down and looked at his at parliament and looked at it and said, okay, what are my numbers like if I was to go ahead with impeaching this guy to get him off my back, right? Then, if I successfully impeach him, what next? What is my recourse? What happens? And he looked at everything and he said, oh, okay, so I can successfully do this, and I have a lot of central MPs on my side. It won't be as bad as as it would, and it's something I can weather. Akaendelea akamaliza, right? And the rider to all of this is Gachagwa's political immaturity or lack of smarts in politics. Ruto put himself in a situation where he could be impeached on the second term of their administration towards the end. The whole of the first term, he lay flat like an envelope. Throughout half of the second term, he lay flat like an envelope. But Gachagua grew horns barely 3 years into the administration. He showed his intent too early on in the administration. He should have been smart enough to say, let me solidify my base. Let me, as much as yes, my people wameniweka hapa, wacha niwashikilie, but my target is nishikilie kitu for 8 years, 10 years possible. Minimum 8 years. Yeah, ametoa makucha 2 years into the administration. So I support Mise that Ruto is very smart. He's politically smarter than any current of Kenyan politicians that we have. Raila can beat him in one or two things because Raila has a very strong foundation, a strong base. Because Raila, if Raila coughs now, the whole of Nyanza, including Kisii, Nyanza is coughing. 80% of Western is coughing. 80 to 90% of Central, Coast is coughing. 70 to 80% of Eastern is coughing. A very good majority of Nairobi is coughing. So Raila has that, and that is ace in the hole in his political. Because if he goes against you, he can mobilize the whole country against you in a flash, just like this. But in terms of planning, strategizing, and executing political activities, I don't think there's any politician in Kenya currently who is smarter than Ruto. With that said, I do not believe, and I think this is the deception that made you, Mburu, support Ruto before, right? He made everybody believe in his words, in his action at the time, and in his manifesto that he was going to do right by Kenyans. But amefika pale, and he has turned into something else. And that's why a lot of people are turning against him. He has disappointed so many people. Uhuru disappointed us, but not as much as Ruto has disappointed us. Moving forward, let's see how do we then go through a process of getting the right people in the office. Mise, I disagree with you on that rotational approach, because look at it this way. When we start rotating, let's say from 2027, how do you select who goes first? That is one. And then two, we are 42 tribes. And assume each one of us goes 10 years. Each regime goes for 10 years. The 42nd tribe, do you know they will be president after 420 years?
No, we changed the constitution for the term limit to either 4 years.
I'm just saying. So if God forbid,
think about
your tribe comes up, your tribe comes at number 42, you are only expecting to be president after 420 years.
No, we changed. When we are changing
that, would agree to that, eh?
Bro, when we are going to, for that, we will look into that as a consideration and as a factor that we are 43 tribes. Hata Chinese sasa wameingia, wako hapo, watataka kurule Kenya. So we'll make sure that we change the term limit from 5 years to either one term limit, which is either 3 or 2 years or 2.5. Then we go back to
that would be disastrous.
But that being said,
that would be disastrous. You cannot have
anyway,
impact as a president in 3 years. But even still, let's say, Mr. You give it what, 3 years. Wacha nichukue your bare minimum ya 3 years. Inamaanisha kama tribe yetu itakuwa the 42nd tribe huko, tunaenda kukuwa president in almost 300 plus years huko chini huko towards huko.
Apana,
You
apana.
see, that's a problem.
What are you?
And then
What is your
the
calculation here?
sequence, the sequence.
Hata ukiweka 1 year, mimi hata ukiweka 1 year, it goes
It
because
means 42 years.
that is 42 years. So
42 years.
how old will be your presidential candidate then? The one who wants to be president.
That's why we are encouraging those who are coming up. Yeah?
Those are
But
And
anyway,
then how many former presidents would you have as a country? How many former presidents would you have, say, in 30 years? Imagine a country where you have 30 former presidents.
you are right. You are right. But maybe we need to change. My point was clearly that we have this dominance of a few tribes, because of numbers. The presidency rotates, within themselves because they have numbers. How would we demystify them? But
I tell you what, Mr. You see the problem you're having now. This is 2024. One old mzee, right?
Yes.
About 14 years ago, or probably earlier than that. And from what Mburu says, Mburu doesn't like this mzee too much. This mzee is called one Raila Amolo Odinga. Raila Amolo Odinga said, let's have devolution so that whoever sits at the apex as the president of Kenya doesn't matter. I have my county, I have my governor, and I have my small executive in the county that should then bring equal development to all of us, to the whole country. That was the solution to the problem you are saying, Mise. However, the problem is the implementation of devolution. If we had implemented devolution like it was intended, no one would even be coming to Nairobi to try to be president. Everyone would be saying, oh, hey, boss, we have our money, Zuku, you guys, Zuku Nairobi, you have your own. So I understand what you're saying, but the solution was brought forth by Raila Amolo Odinga in the name of devolution, but we just haven't implemented effectively.
Despite the fact that we have devolution, but still the national government, when you look at the national government, still there's a lot of resources and decisions that affect the county governments are made at the national government, right? Now,
I agree.
So, and again, you see the parliament or legislature was not taken away or was not basically decentralized, because these are the very same people who come from devolution, who come and make decisions at the national level, that they actually are the people who can decide whether you as the governor at the county level, you're going to survive or not when it comes to impeachment and accountability.
No, that was the function of the Senate.
Yes, but
that was a function of the Senate.
Senate still falls under legislature.
I agree,
right?
But the decision of what happens in the counties doesn't actually happen at the National Assembly. It happens at the Senate.
Yes, but that's still under legislature. We have 3 arms of government, right?
Right.
So, which means the executive still can influence, like a classic example that we saw, that the executive was able to mobilize both the Senate and Parliament to impeach the sitting deputy president, right? But
exactly.
Before you go,
that's exactly what I said. That if we had implemented devolution and let those different units of the government function independently like they should, the executive should not have the capacity to implore the Senate and the National Assembly to do something that favors the executive. That should not happen. But we are Kenyans. We are making that happen. So if we had done this thing the way it was meant to be, Gachagua, it could not have been very easy to impeach him. as much as the framework of impeachment is there, it wouldn't have been very easy because then the executive wouldn't have been able to sway the Senate to vote the way they did and do that sham, impeachment proceeding as they did. And the executive would not have probably managed to sway the National Assembly. The MPs from the Murema, whose son was being impeached, would have actually stood their ground and knowing there is no repercussion by them saying, no, this is our son, you are not impeaching him, we are going to stand with him. But in this scenario, waliona wakienda na yeye, wanajua kushida kwa executive huko. So they said, wacha tuwache huyu jamaa ende, wacha sisi tukae na executive.
And the
so if we made that framework worked well, it would have been a very good thing, but we have botched it.
And Mburu is here telling us, Mburu is here telling us that
people you have changed the discussion to look like a
1 minute and then we will speak. And then Mburu is here telling us that Ruto has made a big mistake by sidelining the mountain. But that being said, there's a guy called Calvin's curator. Calvin's, we agree we supported Ruto. Let me speak for myself. I supported Ruto at the time. And you probably supported Raila Amolo Odinga. Today, you are criticizing me and for having supported William Ruto. Yet, you're not criticizing yourself for having supported Raila Amolo Odinga, because Raila Amolo Odinga and William Ruto, they are one. They are speaking the same language now. They are eating the same plate. Wanaitana mandugu. You and me are here pointing fingers to the wrong people. I am going back to my person that I supported, and I'm saying, listen, I believed in you. I trusted that you're going to deliver, but you failed me. And that is why we are here. We are saying we are not speaking from both sides of our mouth. The people who are speaking from both sides of their mouth are the people who supported Raila Amolo Odinga, and they are not able to see how much Raila has lied to us, for us to believe that he's a victim when in actual sense he's a beneficiary. So we are here to criticize William Ruto in equal measure that he has disappointed us, he has let us down, despite the fact relentless of the campaign that we mounted to support him, hoping that he will change the nation. But you are not here to say, I've not seen you writing in the comments that you're equally disappointed, just like us, that Raila Amolo Odinga joined the government when he should not join the government, that Raila Amolo Odinga is using government resources to advance his personal ambition at the AU, the money that is supposed to help poor Kenyans, healthcare, food security, infrastructure, is being channeled to other countries to benefit people who have not or are not or have never been taxpayers of the Republic of Kenya. So I want us to have this candid conversation where we are able to say, yes, we go back to what was truth, justice, and reconciliation. So we have to start telling one another, yes, I did vote for William Ruto. Yes, I did advocate. But now we are past that.
Can I correct something?
Thank you.
Can I correct something in your statement?
You people you have talked for a long time.
Jeremy and Mburu, just give me 1 minute. Let me get in control.
You are not
Let me give Kenya Rebel just a minute to give us his opening remarks. Please.
That's
Kenya
okay.
Rebel. Kenya Rebel.
Asante Mzalendo. I was just listening to this interesting conversation. I'm trying to follow it, so I can't jump in if I don't fully understand where it's going. The only thing I heard is the few part, and you can correct me when I think Mise was saying we should have alternating, presidents based on tribe, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think the gentleman Jeremiah made a good point. I think, to me, very quickly, so I can let others also say, I think this whole thing about worrying about which tribe should be the president, I don't know, Kikuyu has been president for I don't know long time, Kalenjin, I think that's nonsensical. I won't mind if even a Kalenjin was the president for 100 years, or if the constitution was being respected, the rule of law. I don't mind if a Kikuyu was the president for 1,000 years, if the law was being followed. It is about the quality of a leadership, of the leader. In fact, if the constitution is to be followed as it's supposed to, we would care less about who becomes president, because the president will have limited powers. This constitution actually limits the president's power. I think Jeremiah was alluding to that when he mentioned the whole idea of Majimboism. The counties, people can govern themselves in the counties. The money that is being allocated to these different counties, these representatives, if they are doing their job, we won't be worried about who is president. But unfortunately, in Kenya, we still worry about, it is like the Moi days. You hear people saying, just like I was hearing, I listened to Gachagua the other day. He was talking about shares that he was negotiating for 30% for people of Western. You shouldn't be negotiating anything. That is something that has been to be done in the National Assembly with senators, because they make the the budget. So everything that we are talking about is supposed to is taken care of in the constitution. The problem is no one wants to make sure that this constitution is being followed. And lastly, what was I about to say? When we talk about 2027, all these leaders, whether it's Gachagua, Raila, or whoever, these are the same people. It's let's not start saying, I mean, okay, we can say because for the sake of discussion, but if you look keenly what's happening right now, all these people that are coming together with Gachagua, like the DAP Kenya, the Eugene Wamalwa, the Tawe guy, the Matiangi, all these people used to work with under Uhuru Kenyatta, and Gachagua used to be Uhuru's personal assistant. And you saw Uhuru greet Nani in Ichaweri. They were meeting in Ichaweri. And you saw Raila also in the handshake. So all the political class wanajifanya ati wamekosana hapa, because if you really ask, why did Ruto walikosana na Gachagua kwa nini? Why did Uhuru Kenyatta kosana na Ruto? There's no real reason. It's just mchezo so that they can always maintain power within that club of political elites. But we are here arguing about, Gachagua this, Gachagua that, Gachagua this. We should start our grassroots revolutionary movement to remove these rotten politicians. Anyway, I'll stop there. Thank you so much.
All right, Mburu.
You people, when it is my time to talk, you keep quiet. You let me finish my submission.
All right.
I have seen Muzarendo trying to lecture me and Mise because of talking of about the tribe. And I want to say this. You cannot talk about the politics of Kenya right now without talking or thinking about regions and the tribes, because that is the fact. In most cases, though Mzalendo is saying what we are talking about here is bigger than tribe and regions, in most cases, people don't like facing the truth. And I want to tell you, unless the constitution is changed, and maybe there is another way of choosing our leaders, so long as it is through democracy, according to the Constitution 2010, then the regions and tribal cards will always matter. One, I wanted to say this because maybe some of you don't know and don't understand how the Central Kenya do their operations or handle their politics. Misa, you said there is nothing we did, or you asked what did we do after Gachagua was humiliated and was handled in the wrong way by the current government. One, I would like to tell you that in central Kenya, or the Kikuyu people, there is a way in which they do their things and they handle their politics. We are not very good in demonstrations, in throwing stones, in burning tires, and shouting. We demonstrate how we feel and what we want on the ballot. And the people in Kenya will come to know the central Kenya and their decision and how they felt after that inhuman handling of Gachagua on the ballot. And that is why I said it was a big mistake for William Ruto. He made a miscalculation. He was misadvised by Kimani Ichung'wah and the team because they wanted to control the politics of Mount Kenya, and they thought that Gachagua was becoming very popular. And I want to say this. In Mount Kenya, there is what we call the tyranny of numbers. And as I've said, unless something or there will be another formula of choosing leaders, the tyranny of number will always matter. And there is no wise leader who can dare ignore Mount Kenya in politics. And if you think that William Ruto does not care about the miscalculation that he made, why do you think he had to go for Kidiki? Why didn't he choose another person from any other place? That tells you that that region still matters. Why is he even going to add more positions? He has called Kabogo, the former governor of Kiambu. He has gone for the former health minister, Mutahi Kagwe. He has gone to look for Mwangi wa Iria and so many other leaders from Mount Kenya. It is because he cannot afford to ignore Mount Kenya. But can I tell you, because this is now, I'm just telling you, I like dealing with the truth because what I'm telling you today, even after 2027, I will repeat it and I will tell you, I said it. I remember during the Raila demonstrations, I was telling the Raila supporters, don't go and die out there fighting for Raila Odinga. Because I said there is a high possibility that Raila Odinga and William Ruto are going to work together. Look at it today. They are working together. They are eating on the same table. But there are people who died thinking that they were fighting for Raila Odinga. And now I'm just telling you the statements of truth. That because of the impeachment of Gachagua, William Ruto has jeopardized his political position or even the possibility of becoming a president again. Because one, he had not solidified the support base from Raila Odinga. So he is 50-50. The Nyanza people might or might not support him. And that is why I'm saying I am beginning to doubt his smartness. And I wanted to say that in Kenya, politics is largely based on tribes and regions. That is why Raila is very popular in Nyanza. During voting, he gets even 100%. When you go to Western, you get people like Weta, you get people like Mudavadi and Natebea. When you go to Coast, you get people like Joho. Unless we change the way we vote and the way we do our things, currently the tribal cards will always be very strong. And that is why I have said, William Ruto just came, it was an afterthought. Oh, I have made a mistake by impeaching Gachagua. Let me try to bring more Kikuyu people in the government, at least to show them that I still mind about them, that I still think about them and all that. But that will not help him. Like I said, one, it portrayed William Ruto as someone who is inhuman, the way he handled Gachagua. It also showed that he does not have tolerance. And also it portrayed him as a dictator who cannot be questioned, or if you differ with him, he deals with you. So because of such aspects, I can tell you for sure it was a big miscalculation. Because suppose Raila Odinga will not support him, what happens? He is done. He's a done deal. He is finished politically.
That's
That is
not
why
true.
I say I am doubting his smartness. Yes, I have finished my submission.
That's not true, because you think about it like Mother Karua and Mother Karua, they brought Kibaki and swore him to presidency at night, na alikuwa president wa miaka ingine 5 because they had instruments of power. And William Ruto is not a man who I think that with the power, influence, and money that he has accumulated over a period of time. You know, we said Raila Amolo Odinga has been the longest president that was never sat in the president's seat. I can also equally say William Ruto has also been the longest deputy president who has served in the government of Moi, Kibaki, Uhuru, and now he's the president. So he has known all the inroads and has experienced, and is a vengeful man. And like you said, it's either his way or the highway. And we have seen that utterly these people are actually going against the constitution and nothing happens. What makes you think that he's going to hand over the power when we can actually accuse him crime against humanity? Because you think about it, the people that were being trapped today in the streets and the demonstration and the acts of from the police, don't you think those amount to crimes against humanity? There's a guy down na akaumia na akafaint for a demonstration. If that guy, I don't know if he will survive anyways. Don't you think if that guy dies, we should actually accuse or tupeleke William Ruto for crimes against humanity, because it was under his watch and leadership and directives.
You see, me say you are comparing.
Tunavuka kwa maandamano machubuki. Tunavuka kwa maandamano machubuki. Tunavuka na hatia machubuki.
Shame on you. Osama Otero mwenye unaambia watu maandamano ni tarehe 6. Maandamano ni tarehe 30. Shame on you. Kimani Ichung'wah, who you're telling people that we should be arrested. Shame on you.
Shame on him.
Rigathi Gachagua mwenye unatuambia you know these places but you're not telling us. Shame on you.
Shame on him.
And we want to tell you, these people you're wearing capes, these abductors you're wearing leather jackets, mnavaa kama tunawatambua. Kwa hivyo tunaambia wananchi, ukiona mtu yoyote ambaye ameshikwa, ukiona mtu yoyote ambaye anavutwa na magari si inaitwaje? Si Subaru peke yake. Tunaona pia Probox mnazitumia. So we know you're going to change the way you're going to abduct people. And we are very, very disappointed with you, Mr. President. You cannot come out yesterday and tell us, now tunaenda kuachilia wale watu. And then the statement ya polisi, you're telling us that you don't know what is happening. Shame on you, all these people.
Shame on them.
And we are not going to stop just because you're going to release people tomorrow. We are going to have maandamano tarehe 30. We are going to have maandamano every single time because a lot is happening. A lot is happening. Speculations are there that they are going to remove CJ Martha Koome, now Eke Sholei. We all know about this. About Murkomen, you've just been put as CS Interior, and all this are happening. You don't have any qualifications. You were the transport CS. You did nothing. You stole the Ministry of Transport. You were given Ministry of Sports. Nothing has happened. Now you've been given the wear you wanted. Unataka kutuua. We are not ready for this, and we are telling the Kenyan government, we are telling the international communities, record all these issues, record all these abductions that are happening, and we are not going to stop. We are going to come for you na wale wasee wenye mnajifanya nyinyi ndio wenye kuja na mabavu. Nyinyi wenye mnakuja mnavuta watu. Wananchi, msiache mtu yoyote avutwe awekwe ndani ya gari. Mtu yoyote ambaye anaitwa mwizi, let them face the law. Yeye mtu yote ambaye mwenye mnasema he's not acting again upon the law, let them be brought to justice. Anaitwaje? Musalaya, Musalia Mudavadi. You're now being called Musalaya because you lie a lot. You are a very soft-spoken person, but everything that you say, you're just a liar. You cannot say that the abduction, you cannot say that June 2025 was supported. It was not supported. It was organic, and we will still come for you. You cannot be able to talk like that. And Kindiki, you are the vice president, but we are so disappointed for you to say you cannot compensate those people who were killed during the violence. Sawa sawa? Yes. Yes.
Down with abductions, down! Down!
Yes, I was going to
you had Mburu, even as you jump in, there is a statement by that gentleman that I wanted us to pick. You know, Gachagua had said that he knows those places where he knows those names of the people who are abducting these young people. So the protesters are insisting that Gachagua needs to come out and tell Kenyans where these people are operating from. They should not keep quiet with that information. What do you think of that?
That is true. If he has information that can help the people of Kenya, he is supposed to go and provide that information. But I want to ask you, Mzalendo, I want you to think about it. The people who are abducting Kenyans are the police. And Gachagua is supposed to go to report to the police, to the same people. They cannot investigate themselves. And I think he gave enough information because he described the building where they operate from, and he gave one name, and he said if they don't stop, he will speak about it. And I think he doesn't have the avenue or the place where to take the information, because I believe, and I know you also know, that the things that are happening, the kidnappings and the killings, all those things are happening through the government. Yet the same government is saying, if you have information, bring it to us. That is the awkward position that in Kenya you are likely to find yourself in. But allow me the sport to mislead. One, in his argument, he is agreeing with me that William Ruto has lost popularity, and he can only become the president in 2027 through rigging or by refusing to hand over power. But I want to say to you, Mise, you're arguing as if things remain constant. But I want to tell you, things change. Things don't remain constant. A lot has changed from the time of Mwai Kibaki to the time of William Ruto. During Mwai Kibaki, we had the old constitution. And in that constitution, the ECK, the Electoral Commission of Kenya, was primarily, or to a larger extent, was being formed by the president. So it was like a tool of the president, and the president had much control over the ECK. But today we have the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. Independent, meaning that the president does not have much control over the commission. Yes, you've been involved in some way in approving and informing that IEBC, but he does not have much power. So he does not have much control. And also in the older days, the international community was not like today. You saw how many delegates came from all over the world to monitor how the elections were being held in Kenya. So many things have changed, Mise. There is no way William Ruto, as a dictator as he is, there is no way in Kenya today he can refuse to hand over power if he is defeated. So we don't have such a rule, and that cannot happen in today's Kenya.
Mburu, you're saying William Ruto or the president doesn't have control. much control. Why hasn't IBC started to function? How long has IBC been immobilized? Okay.
It doesn't matter how long it will take, but the truth
because it does matter because
the procedures of forming the IEBC are clearly articulated in the new constitution. And also, I want to ask you this. I want to ask you this, Mister. What is Ruto having today? Because you have said he has what it takes for him to continue as the president. If he does not go through the democratic way, tell me today, what is he having different? What is he having different from what Uhuru was having? If it is money, Uhuru is 100 times richer than Ruto. If it is influence, Uhuru is far much, known and has.
I don't understand where that argument is going, comparing Uhuru and Ruto.
Look at this. The combination of Uhuru, Raila Odinga, and the Moi family was defeated by Ruto. And what is this Ruto having today that they were not having? So my argument is things have changed. We cannot compare the time when Kibaki was being sworn at night and today. Because today you can't swear the president even at night. Today you cannot refuse part of a power. Today, even the judiciary is very active. If he leaks, the judiciary can tell him, no, you have been defeated.
Listen, my brother, I think to the contrary, in your argument comes across as though things are constant. Okay?
Because that's you.
Okay, so I'll tell you why I feel or think you think that things are constant. The thing is, William, you have said that William Ruto has no power. If he didn't have power, and if by any chance he gave the IBC priority, or if it wasn't him who would have, started the process of the appointment of the commissioners of IBC, then IBC would be functional right now. Do you know how many constituencies or wards that are going without members because IBC is not fully constituted? Now, that is because William Ruto has deliberately ignored the making sure that IBC is functional in order to help. For example, from where I come from, there is a ward, an MCA passed on in 2023 around March. To date, there is no MCA representing that ward. Why? Because IBC is not fully and properly constituted. Who is supposed to make sure that it's constituted is the president. That is one. Number two, you cannot say history. As a student of history, you will understand that we use the past to study the present and project the future. So William Ruto has been in this government, and he has experienced first-hand experience, and he has seen how things are done behind the curtains before mahali wewe na mimi hatuoni, and therefore nothing happens in Kenya. And I can tell you, even the most stupid corruption inafanyika within the framework yenye imewekwa huko. That is why you are seeing kama ni procurement inafanywa tu, wana follow the right procedure, but there is influence of the system or influence that is thrown in there ambayo ni nani atapewa. So that is why we are saying, when you see William Ruto having all these powers, trying to bring these people together, he probably would, you would probably go to the ballot box, normal election, and maybe at the ballot box, he will use the money and resources and influence yenye amekuwa nayo, maybe to influence the outcome of the election. And I can tell you, the international community has nothing, zero. Who lets them in the country? So don't forget that as soon as you get power, everyone wants to align with you because they have interests. Well, as soon as you get off power, nobody's interested with you. There are many people who are probably interested with Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta when he was in power, but today they don't care about him because probably he can't get them what they want. Any president, and if you've been in any position of authority, you will understand that when you are sitting in that seat, you have a lot of people worshiping you and wanting all the favor from you and praising you, even doing things for you that you don't even know that they happened. Yet, because why? They have interest. So for me, the way I look at William Ruto, who told you, we have seen, I think, is it Mutuse? There's a member of parliament, it's Cheragai, who is trying to come up with a 7-year term. How do you know that we are not going to have a constitutional amendment to change the term limit of the president? You know, so we cannot underestimate. There is not an equal competitor at the moment of William Ruto, financially, politically, shrewdness. So he has that competitive, he has that niche, but that doesn't mean just like tuliimba yote yanawezekana in wakati wa Moi, inaweza kuwa ya Ruto pia, but we cannot underestimate him. That is what I'm saying.
Miss, if I may add something. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to ask Mburu, if you think Ruto cannot take power or refuse to hand over power, just take an example of Gachagua's impeachment. That's a perfect example of how Ruto has usurped power and basically took over the legislative body, arm of government, and even the judiciary. Just if you look at that case in the High Court, those judges were impaneled by the deputy chief justice, she was not supposed to do that. So anyway, the point is, Ruto can refuse to hand over power. Kenyatta did it and got away with it from 2017 till now. And mulimpeleka wapi? Hakuna. Sinalienda akaeka handshake akapatia Raila pesa. Same thing, Nenio can do it. And in the matter of IBC, the president still choose under the new constitution. The president still chooses the selection panel. Then, of course, the only difference is that the National Assembly has to approve. And now that they brought that amendment bill, IBC amendment bill, which has been shot down by the courts, it was supposed to let the opposition side have a say, not the opposition, but the coalition in the parliament, to have a say in that. And lastly, let me just say something about what you said about how Kenyans vote through tribal lines. You're right. Kenyans, for the most part, align themselves by regions, by tribes. But that's changing because, like you said, people change. The younger folks are more informed. They've seen time after time that the same candidates who always wako kwa opposition alafu wanatucheza alafu wanakuja kwa handshake. So they can see that these politicians are actually not, these tribal chieftains that come together do not bring them any development. So ndio maana unaona Gen Z, they came up with the slogan of tribeless, leaderless, and partyless, because they understood that we are being divided through tribal blocks. In fact, haven't you noticed that since the Gen Z movement died down, the first one, look at how the politicians who have joined the Azimio ODM politicians, how tribal they are. Look at how the Mount Kenya aligned to this government are very tribal. They're talking about watu wa lakes juu wanafanya nini na watu wa lake watu wa nini wakina Kaluma saying this and that, because they want to make it a tribal affair, because they know if we vote according to what is actually best for the people, they will stand no chance. So the fight in Kenya today is about the republic versus the old guards who have always relied on tribal alignment. That is the biggest in you. But yes, Ruto has usurped power and has taken power from all Nino, and do not be surprised, Nani Mburu, if 2027 Ruto loses and say kuna hiyo ni uongo, mimi siondoki hapa. Don't be surprised. But anyway, that's where I want to stop. Thank you.
Kenya Rebel.
Yes.
I have a question for you, and this is something that you have just mentioned, but I needed to bring it in more clarity that this fight, it's about Kenya, yes, but there is another layer of elected leaders who you mentioned, the likes of Kaluma, the likes of Junet Mohammed, the likes of these other MPs who are allied to political parties that they follow. Now, this establishment, they come with a constituency that is very, very loyal to them. This constituency is very, very loyal to them. How do we give information? How do we fight? How do we send information out there so that we can help these people make informed decision when it comes to 2027?
Wow, that's that's a good question, but it's a tough one. Because wow, if you look at this, let's look at it like this. Yes, if you are from Luo Nyanza and you're from where Kaluma is,
yes,
the disparity between the poor and the rich is huge. The poor are so poor, and I don't want to say they're not educated, but they look up to these politicians for directions. They look at them as leaders. So wakisema left ni left, right and right. But
hapo ndio kuna shida. Hapo ndio, you see what where you mentioned, there is the problem.
So the campaign is this. The fight is this. We have to expose, for example, let's use Homa Bay, for example.
Yes.
We know about Gladys Wanga, the corrupt deals she's been involved in, his brother getting I don't know what, or Siaya, or whatever the case is. Now, it will take a bold person to expose this and show the people, hey, look, these leaders, we've been voting for them for the past 100 years or whatever the case is, she's been there. Look at the kind of development that she has brought here. Are you really feeling the difference? Forget about that Raila Odinga stadium that she built. Let's talk about something tangible. How about the fishing industries? Are people going to university graduating? What's the state of the schools, hospitals? Let's judge them by what we expect them to their responsibilities. Okay? So that is what we need to educate the people. And it's not like the people don't know. Okay? It is just, like you say, these people are very crafty. They use the most influential people within the society to do the damage. And I don't know, I was talking to this one person who was from this Homa Bay place, and he told me this. When he was working for Gladys Wanga, when Gladys Wanga was running against Kidero, there were literally people who are being threatened, their family being threatened, if they dare go against Gladys Wanga. And this was somebody who was in the campaign. So they're saying, wacha tukuone ukipiga kura ya nani hapo utaona. We know your family, we know where they... So you see, it's not only that, they don't know. They know, but it's kind of, they're stuck. Why? Because economically, hawajiwezi. So that is just one aspect of it. If I was to, it will take somebody who's really brave to do that. Because we imagine uko you are speaking against, that's why people are telling Nani, they were telling Babu, enda kaseme hizo vitu nasema huko Nyanza province. Wacha kusema ati Embakasi ati wananinio ODM inanizuia ati nikitaka kukimbia wananiambia mimi ni mdogo. Kama ni saa ya maandamano mimi ni mkubwa, okay? So people are saying wenda kaseme hizo vitu in Kisumu. Tuone vile itaenda.
Unaona Kenya Rebel. That
Yes.
you know, that is where we have the problem, because it's not only the less educated or the poverty that is driving these people to this leader. They're also manipulated and threatened that, you know, if you don't do this, you will not get bursaries, you will not get these services. But my problem is also that even the educated people, they don't see it the way we are seeing it. Now, Penny Nyagaka, my brother.
Let me make one point, then I'll stop.
Can we jump on stage? Yeah.
Let me make the last point here, then somebody jump in. That's why it's important to start. If you're starting this revolution, start it from the top, because if you look at how power is structured in Kenya, regardless of the constitution, we still live in that old thinking that the executive, the president, is like God. That's why you see people, the president is going to different in New Counting, say, "Aya, nimezungumza na nani walete barabara mpya hapa hivi." That is not the role of the president. Okay? And you hear Gachagua saying, "Oh, I'll go and negotiate with the government so that you can have new roads and electricity." That is not something that we should be doing. Okay? So that's why we are demanding Ruto leaves, and we can bring somebody that can get there, that will make sure that the constitution will be respected, and who will respect this idea of devolution, where these counties are independent, okay, working in cohesion with the national government. That's why the road starts with the president. That's why we want Ruto out. But that is also Unikazi ngumu pia, but that's a good in your question. Thank you.
So Jeremy, I mean, can you come in and maybe you can hack something out, because I this is always the problem. These are the people who think that their leaders are supposed to guide them to how to vote and how to think. Now, even if we remove, for example, Junet Mohammed, I'm giving people I know, people I relate to most of the time. Now, we remove Junet Mohammed from the equation, then you bring in somebody else. This same community that does not think will move to the next leader, and they will be guided just the same way as Junet has been manipulating them. So the poverty will not really stop. And Jeremy, you've not seen this, and perhaps you need to look at this very, very keenly. When you're driving from the village of Mise, Kisi, you are coming down to where to Homa Bay, where we come from. You are from Sotik, you are driving down, and you reach a place called Suneka. Then you take a drive on your right towards Gemasumbi and all that. Immediately you leave the boundaries of Kisi and Luo Nyanza. What you see the level of land underutilization, the level of poverty, the level you see a difference of the people, just as the border. You just see the difference of the people, and it tells you a lot about the politics and the people themselves. How are we going to move away from this? Because this is a fact. This is not, and it is glaring at us each and every day. When you take a drive from Luo Nyanza, you come towards Kericho, you see the coffee, you see industries, you see people busy in the market doing economic activities. Then you go to your own village, you find that these guys have been in politics, but they blame the politics, they blame the ruling class for making them who they are today. Jeremy.
I think that this is my opinion. This damage of electing poor leaders started from after Moi's election, after the 2002 election. Okay, Prior to 2002 election, we were fairly, across the whole country, we were fairly electing real leaders, right? The politics was very much more mature, right? More development oriented, as much as the country as a whole was still poor then. But even the quality of options that we had to pick from as our leaders was very good. After Moi, then we really stepped on the gas on the tribal card when we are electing leaders. And that is at the national level. But then also at the grassroots level, we really stepped on the gas in precipitating sycophancy. And I'm limiting this to the Luo Nyanza politics, which is where I'm really conversant because I experience it every 5 years. We have gotten to a point where we have options to select from based on how the level of sycophancy of the individuals that we need to elect. How much can you yell, vijana ria, vijana oe, mamama mpo, baba mpo, and all of that? The louder you can shout, the more you can make people laugh in your campaign, the higher chances of getting elected. We are not looking at qualities of leadership, accountability, service delivery, and everything that comes with good leadership. To fix this, considering that it's something that we've now gone through for almost 3 decades now, changing it is not going to be easy. But I think the effort should start from the civic society. They are the ones that, because I know government will not do it. They will say they will do it. They will plan for it. But along the way, the planning is a cash cow for somebody. But implementing it to making sure that wananchi actually do understand the importance of selecting and electing the right leaders, they won't do that because a lot of them know that if that happens, they probably won't be elected. So I know the government won't do it. Us as individuals, we will talk, right? And I can tell you this for a fact, Mzalendo, or even Mise, I believe that you are fairly influential in your area, in your sub-location or your location or your ward or whatever, constituency, how high up that goes, is not really a big deal. But I know that you have a sphere of influence somewhere. Now, what happens is that you go home and you find that you have 3 people that want to vie for, let's say, for example, MCA, yeah?
Yeah.
These people know that you wield a little bit of influence. You can sway your mom, your brothers, your cousins in the village to vote a certain way. The first thing that these people will do is they'll come for you. Watakuingiza box, right? Wakisha kuingiza box, you will ingiza your family box to support him. But you probably are getting that box because umepewa kakitu, right? And in some cases, you even promised a few, tenders here and there kwa ward. They can dish out whatever they want, yeah? Until we are able to, at individual levels, even as we are speaking on this platform right now, go and say, people, tell your grandmother, your brothers and cousins and everyone who kwa village, we need to vote for somebody because we believe he is the right person based on 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Making that change to have smart electorate, it's an uphill task in Kenya, both at the grassroots levels and at the national level. But it is something that needs to change. That is the only time we will start having leadership that is accountable, leadership that knows they're there to work for the people, leadership that understands the rule of law. Because like somebody said earlier, we don't obey the laws that are in place even to start the elections, right? When we are going to the elections and you come and threaten my family, and I know that you are so and so, you threatened my family that if I vote this way and that way, and I can adduce the evidence, that's electoral malpractice. I should be able to go to court and say, this guy threatened me, that if I don't vote for him, he will do something to me, and here is the evidence. And that person can actually get disqualified immediately from vying for that particular post. People don't know that. And that's why these politicians can be able to threaten and coerce us to do this. The moment we will start having an enlightened electorate, then we will start having good leadership. But I'm sorry to say, I think that we are still far off, because like I said, this is a situation we have lived through over the last 3 decades plus. Fixing damage that has been done over 3 decades is not very easy. It is something that would require some time, but it has to start somewhere. For me, that's where I think the change starts. The civil society should drive that initiative, and then people at personal level should be able to take the mantle and say, I want to make sure that my people are voting wisely the next time we are voting, and inform them, because I know government will not do it. For me, that is the only way we can change.
All right. I mean, that's a good idea. That is a nice perspective to look at. The civil society should do a lot of civic education to the people. But what we are doing also here is civic education. We are trying to tell our people that, enough is enough. Enough is enough. In a small way. We don't have the money. We don't have the guns. We don't have the power. But we have the knowledge. We have the Constitution by our side. So let me invite the ladies. I know they have just stepped in, and I see Anjili there. Mary Wainaina. Mary Wainaina, long time. I know you have got a lot to say. Please greet the viewers and tell us where you are and what you feel about your country. Karibu.
Asante mzalendo.
Yeah.
Nasalimia Mise, Omondi, Ajili. Yeah, mzalendo is a long time.
Long time. Happy Christmas and Happy New Year.
Merry Christmas and everybody Happy New Year. And we hope to have a very good, wonderful year.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I say hi to you all, and even in the comment section, and Kenyans, wherever they are, I say hi. Na mujipe nguvu. Musisahau Mungu ako nanyi, because we are all crying for our country simply because that is our rendezvous. That is where we belong. And we want even those who are in the country, Kenya, everybody to enjoy the life that God has given them. Hakuna mtu akona ruhusa isipokuwa mama yako, baba yako, kukuambia chochote anachofikiria unatenda kibaya. Lakini hakuna mtu akona ruhusa, hata kama ni president, kukutusi ama kukuambia utafanya hivi mambo ambayo si ya manufaa. Tunataka president ambaye anajali maslahi ya watu, mtu ambaye anafikiria watu kiutu, si kinyama. Na mtu ambaye is not arrogant. It's somebody who is humble, ready to listen to people. You cannot listen today with those emotions. Unakimbia huko unasema ndio kweli nitatenda hiyo. Alafu ukifika pande ile ingine unakuwa the true color of yours. It can't work. Because you cannot be that you are becoming ruthless to people who are not ruthless, to people who are humble, people who want peace, and you become ruthless. You're going to finish them. And that is not what we are looking for. We are looking for a leader who is ready to tackle problems that are facing the country, because that is what he was employed for. But this guy has really completely got out of the way, na anajisikia yeye ndiye mwenye Kenya, hana haja na kusikia kitu kingine. He wants just to be rich, 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 and the poor go down. I'll start with the school education. As from Moi, education has been deteriorated. Ilikuja kupik, nitaenda biombio, ilikuja kupik wakati wa Kibaki, when people are given free education, so that even the poor can catch up. Na hivyo ndivyo ilifanyika. Na the poor caught up. Na wakasoma. When you look at the poor people, they are the majority in the country. And they are the majority who have got many kids in the home. And they really work so hard to see all these children go to school. And that is what has been happening. All of a sudden, something happens and things changes. Those children cannot go to school anymore. How do you expect a poor person to have those children in the house, whereby they cannot even afford to go to school because of your initiatives? What you have planned, that you want everybody down, uko juu. And I think Kenyans, you are getting to the point what I'm drawing to. Ilipokuwa wakati huo watoto walikosa kusoma wakati wa Moi, there was a gap. Na ndio nilikuwa nasema even this very time, mtoto akipoteza 1 year kuwa hayuko kwa shule, amepoteza muda mrefu sana, ambao I don't know how they can recover. And that is what is happening. Yani sasa ni kama msukasuko, hamutasoma, mutasoma, hamutasoma, mutasoma. How can we live in such a country? Watoto hata wale wanasoma, wale wanapenda kusoma, wanakosa namna ya kuelewa what is going on. Wanakosa kukua na nidhamu ya kuwa watoto waaminifu. Why? Because some of them are at home, idle. And you know, idle minds, it's bad things happens. That's what happens. So, education has been deteriorated. Watoto wamepoteza nidhamu, wamepotewa na wakati kwa sababu ya mtu mmoja tu ambaye hajali what is going on with wananchi, anajali maslahi yake. You cannot tell us today this thing, and then tomorrow you tell us something different, and then tomorrow you tell us something different, and you expect to be a leader. Sisi hatutakuamini na hatukutaki. I live there. I go to farming. Farming, it's a very vital thing in a country. It's very crucial and it is needed seriously. Vile tumeona serikali hizi zimekuwa, some of them ati wanajaribu kama kupunish farmers of a certain area at your goods, and it is a cash crop for that country to bring money. Lakini kwa sababu iko na wakina fulani, sita support, sita wasaidia. How on earth? Why are you there? If you feel you are biased to some of the people, it's good for you to get out of that office. Otherwise, we wanted somebody who is liberal, mtu ambaye anasikia maumivu ya watu na malalamiko ya watu na unatekeleza. When we look at this crop like cotton iliuliwa na nani? Watu walikuwa wanavuna cotton some years back. Iliuliwa na nani? I don't have to tell you. If you go back there, you'll check and you'll see. Cotton ilienda hivyo ikaishia. And the much money people were making through that. The other thing on that farming, wale watu ambao wanalima hizo cash crops, zinatengenezewa vile hawatapata manufaa ya kuwatosha isipokuwa serikali ijinufaishe. Wewe unafanya kazi usiku na mchana, baridi, mvua, jua, nini, ndio upate hiyo mavuno. ndio uweze kuuza. Lakini unapofika kuuza, roho yako inababaishwa, unamalizwa nguvu because the cash crop has gone down. Na si ati iko chini, it is being sold so well somewhere out, but from you being a poor person who is toiling there, you will not get what you deserve. Kuna wakati moja wazungu walikuja Kenya. They said they have been drinking this sweet coffee and they want to meet the farmers who does this good job. Na wazee waliletwa, wakaitwa mkutano. Who came there? These are old men, na tu miti ya kujishikilia ni wakongwe, kofia imeraruka, kabuti imeraruka mabega, wanavaa ile nyamoga, sijui inaitwaje na Kiswahili, ile viatu ya Wamasai, I would say that. Hizo ndizo wamevaa. With the tattered clothes. Wakaketi hapo, wazungu hawakuamini. Walisema, this is an abuse. Because wazungu hata hawakuamini hawa watu ndio wanakuja mkutano wao. They thought they would meet these people with suits and everybody. And the bad thing or side of it is that the person who brought them for the meeting didn't know the aim or the outcome of the meeting. Kwa hivyo lazima angeleta farmers, kwa sababu hakuna farmers wengine, ni hao ambao wamewamaliza, wamewaabuse. Hakuna kitu wanapata juu ya hii ulimaji wao mzuri. So that is one part of the government not taking care of the farmers to enjoy what they grow. So when we talk about people being poor, it's not that people are poor. They are being made poor by the government that is leading them. Kama serikali ingekubali wananchi wake wapate kile kinachowahusu in a good timing, kwa sababu hata mkumbuke, hata hizi pesa ikiwa ni shilingi 5 hawalipwi hapo hapo. It takes some years or some months before you get it. So utakuwa umeishia, umekuliwa na tabu. So even when it comes, it will not help you. Those are the things that people ought to look at and see what kind of government do we have and who are making us poor, who is deteriorating our lives. When we are working this hard, Kenyans are hard workers. Ama wana survive in that kind of situation. You can imagine. So when you talk about people from this place, when you go here, you find there is no farming, watu ni poor. Hawajakuwa poor for any intention, for good intentions. They have been made poor. Once a government stands up and say, nyinyi mnalima cotton, bas, fanyeni hivi na mtasaidiwa hivi. Si tuna watu wa agriculture ambao wangekuwa wanafanya hiyo kazi ya kusaidia farmers. Si kuna watu wa foreign affairs, I don't know, marketing. Huyo mtu wa marketing anachukua hii, anauza, watu wanapata mapato yao bila kuchelewa. Kwa sababu hata wao iko vitu wananunua ya kuweka hizi mimea yao kama mbolea na nini. But when you make people frustrated, even the crops will get frustrated. Now, the other thing, kuna mambo ambayo watu hawafikiri, especially the leaders. Mtu anafikiria ati mimi nikivaa vizuri, ninaendesha gari kubwa, I am good to go. Let me tell you, a day will come that you need those poor people around you. Na hutawapata kwa sababu hawataweza kufika huko, hawana means. So a healthy nation is also a well-fed nation. Na huwezi kuongoza nation ambayo inaanguka. And what we have right now, they want us go to the knees. They want us to go barefoot. They want us to sleep hungry and die. They want us get sick and die. They have no business with us. And that is the problem we have right now. Watu hawalii bure, hawalii ati kwa sababu wamevaa, wameshiba, wameenda shule. Nobody is claiming government help. We are just asking a good leadership and peace, because we can use our own means to make our lives better. Serikali haiwezi kufanya lives better for us, kwa sababu hata serikali inaweza jaribu kufanya life better for us, and if we don't want, we just live in shambles. But we want peace, we want good leadership, and leave us alone. We do our own businesses. Kila kitu sasa kimepanda. Wale watu walikuwa wanafanya biashara, they cannot do biashara. Watu wanafunga mabiashara yao. Kwa nini? Why is it so? Because the government is not there for them. It's there for itself. Na ndio unaona hii shida yote imekuja ya kuwa parliaments, they are not listening to anybody where they come from. Kumbuka Mzalendo, I went all around the country bringing every tribe on the forum. Every day I was coming with a different tribe, just to make people aware that we have got so many tribes in our country who deserve better. Lakini wenye wamechaguliwa, wakishachaguliwa wote Nairobi, they have left mashinani. Watajua tabu ya wananchi namna gani. So ikifika wakati ule wa kuchaguliwa, wanarudi huko, wanakuja na pesa 8, wanadanganya hao wananchi. Wananchi, they are innocent. Maybe they are at the stage of dying because of hunger. So unawaletea ka mfuko moja ya unga, unawapea ndio uchukue kura yao. You are evil enough, because you cannot use poor people just to be putting you there to enjoy your life, living luxurious life, when they are dying because of hunger and sickness. And also they cannot take their children home to school, sorry. So this is my stand. If we have a healthy government, a government that lets each and every institution work independently and do diligent work, we will survive. Lakini hatuwezi ishi na hii mambo tunaishi dakika hii. It is so painful and very sad for our country. Within short time, 2 years, ati Kenya yetu imeenda chini. I feel bad. I take another thing about abduction. Una abduct watoto kwa sababu wamechora, wamekutusi, wamefanya nini. Uhuru is still living. And I remember there was one guy who was very critical, calling any names. And another guy did a very shameful thing. And Uhuru said, I cannot deal with you. I'm doing my job. Whatever you say will be gone. And it was gone. So who was abducted? I just don't understand why we should have this guy who has done zero in the country, who have supported nothing in the country, and yet right now he is abducting people who are criticizing his undeed jobs, promises that have never been accomplished, and yet you feel you have got the mandate of abducting children and put them somewhere that they cannot be seen by their parents. The pain people are going through, one day you'll face the same. Otherwise, thank you very much for this opportunity. And I tell Kenyans, let's fight for our country. Let's cry for those who are abducted. The pain they are enduring right now, we don't know. And we pray that they come out alive. That's my worry and my feeling. Thank you so much, Mzalendo. Wa Kenya to Jimudu. Asante.
Asante sana, Mary, for your analysis and your advice for the people of Kenya. I mean, those are kind of words that you get from a mother. And we respect you so much. And thanks for coming to Africa to share your views, especially on these dark moments where young people are being abducted. Some are being found in rivers. Others cannot celebrate the New Year with their family and friends. And they are somewhere in a cold room and the government is sitting pretty. The MPs are on holiday. They are posting where they are attending holidays with their families. Yet there's a Kenyan abducted by a Kenyan, put in a cell or incommunicado somewhere we don't even know, and we don't care. We don't care. That's why we banned the midnight oil to talk about these issues. And these issues are very passionate to us. If the government is watching, we want those boys released. We want those girls to be united with their families. We want those bodies to be buried. If they are there, they can be buried. We want to know who is abducting these young people. We want them to be arraigned in court. Charge. You can even pretend that you're charging them, but let us see something happening in Ruto's government. That is all we are asking for. It is not much to ask. It is not much work. These guys were just marching with handkerchiefs, a bottle of water, and a flag, expressing what they think is right and what the country should do for them. They are asking for jobs. They are asking for good health care. They are asking for affordable education. That's all they are asking for. They are asking for opportunities that are being given to family members of politicians. They are asking for, to be given a chance to represent their country. And I hope the young people out there are ready and armed with one important document, and that is your national identity card. Be armed with it. Be ready to take a vote. There are many by-elections which are coming once IBC is constituted. You need to elect the right people in this position. And one thing the Gen Z community should do, if they want to stamp authority, then they should make a move for these constituencies and seats that are vacant, so that they have somebody who represents them in the house where decisions are made. Because Parliament today is compromised. The Senate, the same. It is sad, and maybe I'll invite Anjili to say something. It is sad to see a whole senator, and no senator has gone to see Okia Mtata. I've not been into the news, but I've not seen any single senator making noise about Okia Mtata. I've not seen the loud people like Sifuna. This guy, I saw him literally being dragged on pavement by the police. This is a senator. This is no ordinary man. This is a senator of the Republic of Kenya. Somebody who makes laws. And Avurutwa na Manyororo because he's protesting. Anjili karibu. Anji kama umelala mise.
Anji alikuwa hospitali the last time tuliona, sijui kama mtoto amepona, but
this is
I wanted to speak to Mary, but Mary ametoka.
Yuko kwa background, nafikiri anarudi. Hii story ya Anji Mise, me and you, with whatever little that God has given us, find an M-Pesa and send Anji something, 1,000 bob, something small to take care of the baby. Remember, Angela is an hustler. Yeye anauza miogo. Yeye huuza miogo pale Kariobangi. Anaamka asubuhi saa 12, anaenda anachukua miogo yake, anaenda anauza, anatembeza, lakini mtoto wake sahii ako na cancer na yuko pale Kenyatta National Hospital. Now, I think for Africa, we will try to do something for anybody who has got anything that they want to do for Angela. Angela, she's a very hard-working woman, and the baby is sick of cancer at Kenyatta National Hospital. She's a panelist here, She's joining us from Kenyatta National Hospital, and each and every time she has got something to share. So Angela
I think
amekuwa,
Mzalendo, the best thing you can do is
yes.
organize a session and invite her, you know, so that you know, people can chip in something. For cancer is you know, man,
It's expensive.
it's expensive, and you know, it when you're taking care of a patient umekaa tu hapo, you are immobilized, you are completely, you know, so make a special session for us so that we can, you know, try to mobilize people to help, and then you put your M-Pesa number there, then we can be able to help. So that being said, I wanted to, I don't know if we are in agreement on that.
Yeah, I think we are in agreement. I was just trying to figure out how best we can do it so that we can rob everybody in to help Angela. So I
Just
think the information.
just put you know, make a flyer, a small flyer, and then you can put it in some, you know, the WhatsApp that we have, and you know, put it out there that we are doing this drive. It's a noble cause, you know. If we support politicians to go and steal from us, you know, why not support you know, people like Angela to get back to work, you know, at least to make sure they have paid their taxes. You know, that's so that politicians can have a chance to loot from people like her.
Mr. Thank you for the idea. I think I'll make a flyer for Angie. I'll ask her for maybe the photos and all that, so that we can help her. You know, cancer is a serious disease. It is something that is so expensive. And, you know, just being one of us and is always in our forums and jumping in to share. I've known Angela for what she's doing in terms of business, and she's a very hardworking woman. And kama yuko hospitali sahi na mtoto na cancer, ile kidogo tuko nayo, we will try and support Angie. Yuko hapa, I think yuko kwa ward sahi, anasikiza, pengine amelala. Angela, are you still there? Okay, karibu mise, sema.
So I wanted to speak to Mama Mary.
Mama Mary is here. Yeah.
Mary, today is an historical day for us here. You know, in our during the campaigns 2022, you know, 2023 tumekuwa on the other side of the divide, right?
Yeah.
So you supported Baba, I supported William Ruto, right? And today, absolutely what you said, or what you guys said from the other side, is turning out to be true, and we regret our actions, you know, our decisions, our choice to support him. I was wondering if you also regret your decision and choice to vote for Raila Amolo Odinga. I wanted to hear this from Mama Mary, because then it will be a learning curve for us, Mama Mary. And thank you for you know, classifying or categorizing the issues and responsibilities, duties and responsibilities of the government.
Thank you, Mise. It's nice we have come to agree. After disagreeing, we come to agree. We have reached a point of learning things very politely and slowly. And it is a good thing. We did not push ourselves all the way to the cliff. At least we were saved. We are on this side of the cliff. We are standing up. And now we can even point fingers and say, this guy is not a good one. He can hide his clothes, but now they are out, simply because imefika wakati wao wa kuenjoy life. You can imagine how heartache can be all the time. Kuna mtu alisema msiweke politics ndani ya lungs, breathe in and out. It is true, but sometimes you cannot avoid. But this time round, I think Kenyans have had enough and they understand what is going on. It is true, Misa, you are supporting that side. I was supporting the other side. And we were giving good ideas and good understanding of these people.
Mama,
Yes,
you're not calling them by names. I supported Ruto.
I don't want to call them by names. I
Don't
am
be afraid.
done. Completely done. I don't want to use bad names on them, and I don't want to use their names. They know themselves, and they know how much pain they have caused to Kenyans at this very juncture. And so, what I have seen, it's something that has really taught me a lot. I cannot say that I've seen a lot, but this particular time I have seen that things are really hot. And we have to be very, very vigilant and careful. Hawa watu tunatakiwa tuwe na kitu moja pale kwa constitution. Vote of no confidence. Na iwe well articulated. Ndio ikifika wakati wa mtu vile tumetendewa, tunafanya hayo. Though, how are we going to work it out? This constitution we have to look at with double eyes. Ndio tuelewe ni wapi tulikosea, ndio iwe inachezewa namna hii. We have to. Simply because these sufferings, it has been caused by either us or the constitution. But merely, I believe, it's we people who did the wrong thing because of putting this guy there. If only, because I don't know now, sielewi kama ni kweli baba alikuwa amewin ama ala, kwa sababu hapiganii hiyo, ametoka, amemaliza hiyo.
Mary, sasa umekubali ya kuwa huyu jamaa he had got opportunity just the other day kukuwa president. Juzi tu hapa Gen Zs wakikuwa na demonstration. Had he joined the demonstration today, we'd be talking about something else. Yeah.
For me, I'm shocked, Mzelando, that this guy would go there as if he has already admitted, accepted, inaitagwa nini hii ya kukubali ameshindwa. What is it called by English, in English? Conceding. Yes, conceding. I totally, Mimi, the way I am born, I'm very bold. Mimi siwezi kubali mambo ile inaendelea kama mimi ningekuwa huyo mzee. Honestly, I would leave. Lakini kuna kitu hawa watu wanafanya. All of them are bad people and they know they have done bad things. And so they don't want to get out of the hook so that they don't suffer. But I'm praying, and I'm praying so hard. We have a very vigilant person and very responsible person who will deal with them. I don't care how they will be dealt with. The pain they have inflicted into Kenyans' heart, it's terrible.
Sorry, Mary, can you allow me to ask Mzalendo a question? Just one question.
Yes, Jeremy.
Mzalendo, what happens if the president is removed from power?
It depends on who is removing the president from power. It depends on who is removing the president from power. If it is
let's say hypothetically, the Gen Zs managed and Ruto took off or whatever the case, what would have happened?
If the Gen Zs managed to remove Ruto from power, I know this has been discussed elsewhere, and I've seen the opinion that according to our constitution, the constitution, listen, the constitution never explicitly mentioned that in case of a popular revolution by the people, then this is how we should handle it. Then perhaps it is high time we address the issue. because in the constitution you can all, I can also throw it back to you. Show me in the constitution where a popular revolution has removed the president from power. Then what happens if they don't consider the deputy and the speaker and everybody else who is following in that line in terms of leadership hierarchy?
That's a good question. And Mary, sorry for us barging into your presentation, but let me answer Mzalendo, then we'll let you proceed. So in any situation where the president is removed or incapacitated or God forbid dies or whatever, the next in line would be the vice president to take over. Right? So in the situation where, unless Raila was staging a coup, but if the Gen Zs probably created a lot of heat and Ruto took off or something like that, the obvious prescription from the constitution would have been that Gachagua would have then been the president.
I thought the military would take over because...
No, military would do it if it's a coup.
Yeah.
If it's a coup d'etat, then the military takes over. If the people have revolted, or the president is sick, or incapacitated, or has died, the next person is the vice president. Now, with a bit of hindsight, I'm not defending Raila or anything like that. But from what I've seen and understood, his calculation was that these boys are going to remove this guy. And if they remove Ruto, Zakaria anaenda kushuka kwa mti, then we are going to have Gachagua coming in. And already, Gachagua had already shown his true colors of being bigoted on tribal lines. And his statements were loud and clear on shareholding and things like that. And I think Raila just made a wise old man's decision and said, no, if that's the way we will go, afadhali ikae. From where I sit and the little information that I have, that was the decision that informed him, stepping into that Gen Z and Ruto fray. I don't know if that makes sense to you, Mzalendo.
Let me tell you, that does not make sense for one reason. When immediately Ruto took power, Raila and his troop were marching to State House to remove him from power. And they had many attempts. Mary was one of the agitators of that. They really wanted, Mary would tell you that they wanted to remove Ruto from power. And there are many times they attempted to march to State House to remove Ruto from power. Then for him it was okay. You see, then for him it was okay.
But do you think that he was serious about those marching to the State House? Those were just political games.
No.
We plays with Kenyans. I don't think he was serious.
So for you, Jeremy, you think that Raila was playing games when he said that his elections were stolen, and he was also playing games to say, you could be right that he wanted to march to State House only to bolt out the last minute that, hey, we can't do it because of the security. But now this is the fact. And we are looking at this thing in a constitutional manner. Popular revolutions have happened across Africa. Yeah, they have happened. In Tunisia, they had, what did they call it? The Arab Spring.
The Arab Spring, yes.
The outcome was successful.
Yes.
Now, after any revolution, then there are two things that can happen. The people and, of course, the security organs will still be in place. they can join and say, okay, fine, let us now have what we call a transitional government.
Yes.
Yeah, there will still be law and order. There will there's nothing like that. Oh, there will be vacuum. There will be no law and order. The police will still continue doing what they were doing best. The only thing is that we don't have a commander-in-chief called a president. So this excuse of, if Tunisians were thinking like Kenyans, then there would not be any revolution at all. Whatever happens in a revolution, the only means is to remove the leadership from power. And removing the leadership from power is kung'oa miti na mizizi yake. Unanielewa? Miti na mizizi yake yote. Then you sit down as Kenyans and decide, oh, this is what we want. There's nothing wrong with that. There's no wise decision that
fair enough. Fair enough.
Yeah, let me say something to Omondi. Omondi, remember, this guy who is called somehow Baba, somehow, he really went somewhere where he was really, talking to this big crowd at Kware. Pali watu walipatikana, wameuawa, wamewekwa kwa magunia. Alienda hapo. Simply because there was a big gathered people there, big crowd. Akawaongelesha na akawaambia hakuna maongeo. There is no dialogue. Do you know what that meant to those people who were there? They felt somebody is really helping, holding them, making them feel they are secured and they'll be rescued. The people there who are very sad, who are crying, who are even horrified because of the scenario, they were there listening what huyu mzee alikuwa anasema. How comes with such a kind of tragedy, mambo makubwa kama hayo unaweza enda uambie watu hakuna kuongea? We have to, ni kama kuonyesha sisi hatutakubali chochote, na umefunga macho na unasema enough is enough. We are not going to act. As if you have taken that scenario as an evidence of evil and enough is enough. And then what happened? You find that mzee going and standing with the evil man and showing him, you are right. You are doing a good job. Can you imagine? What do you expect those people who are in that crowd felt?
That's the tragedy. That's the tragedy of Kenya.
So, what else do you expect from such a person? Ameenda. Gen Z, they had to have a heart attack. Ati nini? Nimesikia nini? Amesema nini? Kwa nini akasema hivyo? Yani, so many questions came in people. Before they digest that, time inapita. So they have to draw back and go to the draw board to think, what else can we do? Hata kama hangekuja kwa njia yetu, akae mbali na sisi, tungeendelea na vituko zetu kama ni vituko. Rather than coming to stop us and showing us that we are doing wrong. He really portrayed that Gen Z are doing wrong. He is the one who is right. But for me, what I took from that, Gen Z mentioned a name of Matiang'i. And I think huyu mzee kusikia Matiang'i na akaona hii kitu inaweza bomoleka kweli, inaweza enda na iende na ikue. Kasema, I'm not here. I have to stop it. Hiyo ndio 2 point mimi ile nilichukua, ambayo ilifanya huyu mzee kubadilisha nia yake, akawa mtu ana nia mbaya ya nchi. Kwa sababu mpaka wa leo, mimi nasema Gen Z, they would have won the war. we would be in a different status in our country, different. But now, nani aliziba hiyo mashimo yote? Ni huyo. Ile mambo yote tulikuwa tumepanga, akayamaliza nguvu. Huyo. So, this status that we are in our country, me, I can blame nobody else. Huyo mzee. And to me, that was enough for me to say, I don't care about him. Wherever he will go, let him go. Unajua kuna wakati watu wanasema ati, you cannot just, huwezi kurabish mtu hivyo. That was enough for me, honestly. Because remember the heartache we got when he was not announcing the winner for the election. Tukawa wagonjwa. And I give an example to my people where I was in the forum. I was taking tea, and when I went to warm my tea, I put it in the fridge. I was not knowing where I am. I put it in the fridge. How confused I was. How terribly I felt because of my expectation. Alafu narudi kuona. Kumbe hata huyu mtu nilikuwa natetea. This is how he is. I'm even more smarter because I would like to have a country which has peace, and I would not do that. However, hata nikishindwa, siwezi ingiza mguu pahali najua watu wengi wanaumia. Sitafanya hivyo. Hata mtu mmoja hataumia kwa sababu yangu. So I stand with that. So Omondi, there is no sense of that guy to tell us anything. Let him be whatever he is and stay where he is. Asante sana. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary.
I think, yeah, Mise, before we are almost winding up.
Mary, thank you. And I think this is the conversation that we should have across the country. Bring our leaders, hold them accountable, appreciate the far that they have brought us to during the struggle for development in our country. Ensure that everything flourishes at a certain point and gets used and then becomes useless. At this point, we need to get other leaders. It's interesting that America had a plan, had a program which was lifting leaders from Africa, right? Train them about good governance, about governance. And Africa benefited and had quality people who would have rather transformed the country. But Africa, even now, they have not made an effort of, nurturing and preserving the leaders for tomorrow. You think about it like if we had people like Tom Mboya becoming the leaders, Ouko and the likes, where would Kenya be today? So huko kwetu kuna mtu alikuwa anaitwa Onyonka, the father to Senator Onyonka. He said, hawezi ukajishapenia mkuki. And I've come to see what that means. I want to say, and that's why you see the likes of Nyachai, they did nothing in Kisii, apart from using Kisii as a tool of enriching themselves, a market for their products. They never really impacted leadership and development in Kisii. They never nurtured leaders and even teach leaders to unite and negotiate for better deals, because walikuwa wanaogopa when these people rise up and become leaders, they will become irrelevant. And that is what is happening in Kenya. People are afraid. Those who are top there, they are afraid. Even when they have the opportunity to transform the country, I don't know what is going on in Mzalendo. I have never known. Sijui kama Ruto anaona yeye hata wai lemewa Sijui kama akina Raila wanaona hawatawahi lemewa, they never lack. Mbona lakini hawana conscious kwamba wakifanya mazuri kwa inji, everybody gets something. Wakienda kulala, where is their conscious, mzalendo? Where is their conscious? Yani ukilala hivi ukiangalia hospitali, you know mzalendo, if you go to there's a cancer hospital inaitwa Kenyatta University Cancer Center, right? If you ukienda huko ama hata ukienda hospitali yote uone vile watu wanateseka, I don't know where the conscience of these people is, whether it's dead or what. Kwa nini watu hawezi wakafanyia watu kazi, walete maendeleo so that they are proud, you know? If you look at the people like Joe Biden, if you go back what they did when they were leaders, even when they were young, they did tremendously well. And they are proud when they look back at their record of development. What is happening? Where is the pride of our leaders? Do they think that they want to leave the legacy that will inspire others to become like them? Now, this about abductions, there is a poem here, Mzalendo, that actually fits the current situation. They say, first they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. They then came for the communists. I did not speak out because I was not a communist. They then came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak out for me. And that's why we need to see, when we see our children being abducted, our brothers, our sisters, our fellow citizens, let us not just stand there. Let us resist. They might have guns and they can kill 1 or 2 or 3, but again, they cannot kill the whole country. They are only trying to inculcate fear to everyone so that watu waogope tu. You know, there was a time watu walikuwa nasikia Moi wanaogopa. Ruto wants to take us back to that kind of, situation where ukisikia serikali unaogopa. And also, Mzalendo, we need to talk about police brutality. Please, we need to talk about it. I have been a defender of police, and because I have always thought police are nice people, but when I see what they are doing today, I've always defended the Mile Maandamano ya Mzee, because they are protecting those who are not interested with maandamano and destruction of property. But maandamano kama ya leo ya watoto wenye walikuwa wamekaa chini, Mzalendo wameharibu nini? Wameiba nini? Why do they deserve to be handled like that? The constitution says that any Kenyan has a right to be protected by the government. Now, where is that right? Why is it being infringed? So that's why we are saying, Mzalendo, we have to speak. If they can't speak, we can speak on their behalf. And more so, Mzalendo, we should not shy away. We should help those kids. Kama ni bundles, kama ni banners, we should give them money. I don't think there is a problem giving these kids, because I will not be there to go to the street to express myself, to fight injustice. But then, have we ever funded or donated to politicians? Yes, we have. So we can also donate to those. Earlier on in Mzalendo, Themba said those who are not patriots, those are not patriots. They are not patriots. And I say those are the true patriots to me, because they sacrificed. I don't think niko na Mzalendo, mimi siwezi enda kupigwa hivyo vile hao jamaa walipigwa. You know, siwezi enda kushika nyororo, hiyo ni ukweli. But when these people go there and sacrifice for us to be heard, champion a cause to be effected, how can we not say they are patriots? You know, I really wanted Themba to come here because he rubbished.
Themba cannot come here. You see, these guys, they cannot come. They would rather hide in those WhatsApp groups where they can, where they can have the conversation and get back to you. But they cannot come in public because they are embarrassed with the situation. They're embarrassed. They know what they will face, the wrath of the people. They are embarrassed with the position. And you see, what is sad is that there is something that they are coining called, you gave us this leader, so we are finishing the rest with William Ruto. So that is what is being coined around, that we gave us this. But let me tell you, Mise, these struggles have been there. Jeremy can tell you, when we were looting Agos stores, Jeremy, how old were you? Then we were looting, and you remember the latest thing.
Agos 92.
92.
When Kina the day Ose was shot.
The day was shot. We've been there. We've been in this struggle.
We were there. I was in Form 1.
Yeah, you are in Form 1. Me, I think I just finished secondary education, or I was. Yeah, I think. Yeah, maybe I finished.
It was 92. It was 92.
92 when
I was in Form 1.
We are the ones who took. We're the ones who took Jose to hospital when he was shot. We know that.
Yeah, I was there, but I was not participating, but I remember that happening very well. So
we've
been in this struggle for the longest.
Do you know this is an innocent guy who had come from mid-summer holidays?
Yeah, he was ahead of us. He was, I think, in Form 2 or Form 3 at that time.
He had just come from the holidays, and the police were shooting people who were rioting like me and any other youth then.
Exactly.
Then he was shot in the midst of everything. So we had to take him to hospital. Unfortunately, Jose died. He bled and he died. So, Mise, if you've not been part of this struggle, I remember there was a time when we were the bodies that you get through fast before you get to Baba. All right? Yani kama unataka kupiga Baba kwanza lazima unipige. Ndio ufikie Raila Odinga.
And that's what Nick I'm describing as maybe hiyo yenyu ninasema hiyo inaweza kuwa ni si that's not patriotism, but the guys today, right? That Penny. So the guys today and the GNC, these kids who are actually, the experience they have gone through. Mzalendo, at your age right now, ukipigwa hivyo bana wezi ukaamka asubuhi. At our age, hiyo ni ukweli. The best we can do. Na siwezi enda huko, niko na watoto wadogo bana. Sasa nikienda sasa unajua nikiumia unajua. So the best I can do is to help these kids, all these people who have decided that they are going there to speak on and fight on our behalf. The best we can do is to support them. But again, does this man akienda kulala, what does he think about the future? Unajua sijui mama Mary and Penny, I don't know if you guys agree that there is generational curses. When these people die, what kind of family are you leaving behind? Watu sahi wanalia mtu amelala. Leo there is a family imelala bila mtu wao kwa sababu huyo mtu ameshikwa just for speaking out something. Today there is a family that every dinner there is an empty chair. Because why? Because of people who have made decisions. Na ile wakilia, that pain, that excruciating pain that they go through every day, I believe that I end in vain. And that is why ukiangalia hawa watoto wa politicians wote, saa zingine kama watakuwa na mashida, one of the things that I pray every day is that my actions, everything that I do, should not come after my children and my future generations. And I wonder what these leaders do. And Mary, like you said, if there is anything that is going to cause someone pain and agony, you rather not step your feet there. It is better you die poor than being part of anything yenye inaenda ku cause someone pain and agony. Yani Ruto is, I mean, watu siku hizi wameanza kuogopa kumwongelea, but again he said as the president, hawa watoto wetu, when you say watoto wetu as a parent, would you want your kid to be killed? Would you want your kid to be dragged on the tarmac road kwa Nyororo? Would you want your kid to be treated and manhandled the way you are as a parent? How would you feel as a parent? Alafu unatuambia tumewacha hiyo mambo ya abduction, tutakomesha, and then the next day you're doing it. I mean, how heartless are you when you sit in that office where the very same part of those people and voted for you? Perhaps you are there because of the votes of the parents of those kids, and today you're killing them. You're treating them because now you have power and authority, and now you are gagging and suppressing our freedom of expression because you feel that if we speak, we will expose your underdealings. How do you feel? How does it feel when you look at your children? You sit on a dinner table and you see all of them there. Can you imagine one day that there will be an empty chair on your dinner table that will never be filled by one of your child? I mean, these leaders who are top, who have authority to stop this. I have not seen mzee akikimbia pale aseme this is not good. As a parent, first as a parent, you are my brother, I told you to stop this. Why haven't you done that? You see, this is why we were saying Raila is an opportunistic. The other day, the moment Ruto said, tumekomesha, tumewacha, he came out saying, nimeambia ndugu yangu Ruto awachane na hii maneno. This is the kind of hypocrisy and doublespeak that Kenyans ought to come together and say, we are tired, enough is enough, our children have been killed, and it has to stop. And they have to invoke and exercise that power that they have been given, that the Constitution says power is vested in the people. And when the people will rise, you know, Mzalendo, there is a movie called Sarafina. And Sarafina, South Africa. There is somewhere, I remember this guy says that they fear you because you're young. They fear you because you're energetic. So I see the same thing that the government fears these young people because they know, first, they are informed, they are energetic.
That statement was said by, he's called Crocodile.
Crocodile, yes.
In the movie Sarafina, the guy was called Crocodile.
Crocodile.
So it was so touching.
I remember very well.
You remember it, right? It was so touching. And I see the same thing, that now technology is exposing the government. You know, these things used to happen, but now with the use of TikTok, real-time exposing, like many times, many days. It's like when we came to North America, some of us, there was no way ungejua. Hata kama ulikuwa unatuma pesa nyumbani ufanyiwe kitu, ulikuwa unategemea utume mtu wa studio apige picha aipeleke kuiosha ndio akuje kukuonyesha what has happened on the ground. Nowadays it's real time. You can make a video call and you can see what is going on. It's the same thing with the government. Nowadays, when they are abducting us, we are seeing. There are cameras everywhere. When they are killing us, we are seeing. So I don't know, Mzalendo, what we can do. I don't know. I am so.
Oh yeah, that's why we are here. And I mean, I'm glad Penny has joined us after a very long time of being absent. Penny, tuambie ulikuwa wapi, but kabla utuambie, this Maverick Aoko has sent something that is very interesting. I need you guys to look at it. Maverick has sent me something that is interesting. And now, this is it. Kibet she's saying Kibet was living very humble. Ni nyumba ya landlord walivunja wakidhani ni yake. His is locked as he left it when he traveled to Nairobi. The boy did everything to remain in campus hadi kupasua kuni. That is why he believed in a better Kenya of opportunities for the youth. That is why he protested against Ruto's pernicious, incompetent regime using silhouettes. That is why he earned a scholarship to study abroad. He was a creative, brilliant young man, hoping he would one day change his lot and that of his family. That is why we must not relent in not only demanding his release and that of other comrades, but also keep rallying against Ruto's diabolic government of death and suffering. That is Maverick Aoko posted this, and just to let you know who Kibet is. So Kibet lived a very humble life. Penny.
Before Penny come, Mzalendo, Penny, excuse me. Let me do some joida to Mise. I am just trying to understand. Mise, when you go to the office, you work all day long, or maybe you work at a certain time and then you go home tired, take off your jacket, take shower, sit down and say, oh, the day is over. You may have some things to discuss with your family. Today, I went, I did this and I did that. I always think and ask myself a question. Huyu mtu, I'm sorry guys to take you back, my dear panelists. Huyu mtu anapoenda nyumbani kwake, ametoka amefanya zile vituko mbaya kabisa, because I don't even like to think what this guy is doing to people, to human beings. Anaenda nyumbani kwake, anaketi na bibi yake na labda watoto wake. What does he say? What does he tell them I accomplished that day? What does he say? And when you think about this guy, the way he's taking people like animals, because when you look at that picture, that he goes home and take shower, relax like any other man coming from work. Does he talk about what he did to human beings? Does he talk of what he lied to people? Does he talk of how he looted all this money? Does he talk about selling our country? You see, all these things. So you may think this guy is comfortable wherever he is, but he's a bitter man because he is evil. Na mambo ile yote akonayo kwa kichwa yake ni hiyo uchungu unaona ana inflict on Kenyans. That is his life. So for him, we cannot match up with him. We are sober. We are peaceful, but we can't be led by such a person. So that is my small comment I wanted to add on Mise, kwa sababu sijawahi kufikiria mbaba mmoja ambaye anatendea watu maovu kama hiyo akienda nyumbani. I'm telling you, maybe when he goes home, that house is unlivable. That house is unlivable.
Very sorry. Sorry, Mise. I just wanted to also add on to what you're saying, Mary. Sorry for cutting you short.
That's okay.
But it is very interesting. For a long time, I've always asked myself the very question you're asking, and I thought that it would make for a very good, radio or TV program, where imagine if you could get this person's children and ask him, so after all this has happened, what do you guys talk about at the dinner table with your father? Do you sometimes tell him what you actually see happening on the ground? And I think I've conceptualized it to where I was just thinking how it would be if it's a TV program, and you even have, maybe even if not this number one now, but you have all of these politicians, for example, there's a breaking news, they've stolen so much money from somewhere, and da 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 da, and it's all over the news that PS so and so or CS so and so stole XYZ amount of money that was meant for this hospital or was meant for this, project, da da da. When they go home, and of course their children and their spouses see this, how do they tackle that? Do these children, so you say to them and ask them, do you talk to your father? Did you talk to your father about the breaking news yesterday that is accused of stealing XYZ amount of money that was meant for this particular hospital, and now that hospital people are dying because there's no medicine? How does that conversation happen? It is a very intriguing scenario to think of, and I've always imagined it could be a good content for a TV program or a radio station, something.
All right, Penny. We will come to that, Jeremy. Penny, can you jump in?
Yeah, mzalendo, simu yangu iliharibika kidogo, ndio hujaniona for a long time. And I'm on my way to Kenya. I should be there next week. Lakini kuambia Mary na huyu mheshimiwa ambaye has just spoken, this guy is a psychotic. Unaona bibi yake, macho yake na full all the time. This guy doesn't think as rational as you guys are trying to have him think. Wengine, we are very ashamed ya kwamba we defended this kind of gentleman that is really, he lives in his own world, because ukisikia vile anasema, like the nonsense that he speaks is pure nonsense. That why should you worry about the airport? Otherwise, you have never been to the airport. Who told him everybody want to go to the airport? We need to make up for my airport for a long time. We have been all over the world. Lakini huwezi kujifuna ya kwamba ati you show off. Now you is so primitive. Some of us in Mzalendo, we did not even know that we could support somebody like this. We say, you know how we defended this character. It's really psycho. It has a mental problem issues. So maybe to rationalize this character, we want to make a movie. But we have to start from where he was saying, he wanted a serious opposition. He would never entertain this kind of, Raila Odinga and all this. Where he goes to bed with Raila Odinga and the Kenyatta, who he used to call, what they call them, what they call a pesa. I mean, we cannot jump from this to the other. We are very lucky to be Kenyan. We are very lucky. There are so many bad things. Like in Mzee Kenyatta had a very good foundation, education. Now, what really wamekuwa educated in Kenya he can try his best to make sure that Kenya comes back to where Uganda is or Rwanda, Burundi is, but they will never succeed. Never. He will never see that. The thing that he's trying to do, he has realized Vile Kenyatta left in power. He has to leave power to somebody else. He would never, you will never fix the country to where you can program people or put down the people to be programmed to be where you want them to be. Wacha niwaambia kwamba nisi vile umesema wengine, we watched him in the 90s when he was about to kill us, and some of us to support him now, 2022, we thought that he had changed. You never stay in your life, you never stay static for the rest of your life where you were. So some of us thought when he was saying bottom-up economics, some of us thought that he knew what he was talking about. The guy is so clueless and stupid that he doesn't know what bottom-up economics really mean, what it is. Na hii ya mwisho, hii ya ng'ombe kunyamba. Yes, the cows doing, fasting corrupts the system, corrupts the air. It is true. But what is the percentage of the cows in Kenya compared to the world, compared to the United States, where they got gazillions, or Europe, or anywhere? Yes, it is scientifically, cows pollutes the world more. But what is the percentage of Kenyans? Do we even pollute as much as these Western countries are polluted? It is stupid. You cannot force even cows in America kudundwa hiyo sindani ya kwamba whatever. You can have a fact, but it's just stupid. Mary, this guy would never think rational. When you leave the office, when you leave the work, and you go home, what do you tell the people? This guy tells them whatever he's telling them. And as you can see, nobody answers, nobody. That's why you got to get rid of Machado. Nobody says otherwise. Whatever he's telling them is what they follow. And you get used to some character like that. And you know that if you agree with what he's saying, then you are right. If you don't, then you are not. So, I don't know. It's psychotic. It's just sick. But what we are proud of, Kenyan people are very smart, very innovative, and we will never, ever go back to where even Moi, who brought him up, was put to the standstill. And they changed it, whatever the one-party system, they changed it from that. We have seen it all. But this time, wacha JC mumalize na you Raila join. They will see. They will have to face the music, the real music. Thank you very much, Mzarend.
Yes, they have to face the real music. Guys, I think we need to wind up the show right now. Bonnie, Penny, you've come a bit late. We started 5 hours ago, this particular edition of Africa and the nation of abductions and killings. Now, I have got 5 minutes left, so I want you guys to give me the final remarks and thank those who have been with us tonight and those who had dropped out earlier. Karibuni sana again to Africa 24. Yes, ladies first. Mary, your final remarks.
Thank you, Mzalendo. Nashukuru wote, tumetoa juhudi zetu, tumetoa maoni yetu. Tunaombea Gen Z nguvu yao izidi kuwa mingi, waendelee na hiyo mambo tumepanga, kwa sababu hata tukiwa hatuko hapo, tuko pamoja na wao sana. So what I would tell this fake government, a realized idea, you will never kill it. Otherwise, thank you very much, everybody. Enjoy your happy new year and have a prosperous year. in the coming future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mary. Jeremy, then Miss, then yes.
Thank you, Mzalendo. I think let's keep the conversation going. If we dialogue, you always come up with a solution for whatever challenges you have. Let's keep talking. By the time we reach 2027, we should have something tangible out of this platform. That is my prayer. Kila mtu, enjoy the holidays. Happy New Year. Let's keep talking.
Yeah, Joy Obesa is also enjoying the show wherever she is, and she says, "You guys have been a great panelist. Thank you very much. I think this is the one of the best panelists I've had in a long time. Karibuni tena kwenye show." Miss, I think, is doing something. Penny, you need to say something about Morara Kibaso, your man.
Yeah,
Before I show you the video of what happened today to Morara.
Yeah, I think they went because Umtata always goes to help him from court, and today Morara went with the Mother Karua to help him out. So we hope they will succeed in that. Lakini vile tunasemanga all the time, the Morara character, if he's really given power, he can do a very good job, because any country like Kenya, you don't need somebody with a gazillion of experience. Those who have had experience, Kina huyu Ruto, they had experience. Kenya had experience. What they do, they ended up stealing money from us. They ended up corrupting and destroying the country. So if anybody can come close to what Kibaki did, where he, as the head, he did not want to see any corruption, we will really appreciate that. So long as the head is corrupt, the Kenyan country, the Kenya as a nation, will never develop, will never get any better. So some of us really support Morara because huyu nani Matiang'i ambao you guys are defending most of the people is as corrupt as they come. And he has been in the system only to kill people, to Rivayara and everywhere else. So let us hope for the best, and let us stay strong and hopeful for the future.
You know, people have been forgetting about the suit that Ruto wears. It's called the Mao suit. That is a suit, a symbol of authority and dictatorship, were worn by the North Korean leader. So most of the leaders that you see wearing that kind of suit, it comes with a symbol of power. Mise, I think Mise is on another line. Maybe I just do my closing before Mise comes in. Now, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us today on Africa. We had a very good show and heartful discussion on pressing issues of abductions and the disappearance in Kenya, and the impact it has to many families who cannot celebrate the New Year with the loved ones, communities, and the nation is mourning. We are in a state of confusion. As we close, let us remember that awareness and dialogue are the first steps towards change. It is crucial that we continue to engage, stay informed, and hold our leaders accountable. Remember the word, hold your leader accountable. Together, we can achieve what we want in our society. Don't forget to subscribe to Africa 24 if you're watching us from different platforms. If you are new on this platform, make sure that you subscribe on Africa YouTube, Africa. And we will also give you an opportunity to join our Facebook and WhatsApp pages so that we can have this conversation going. Whenever we don't have any discussion on air, we have got something else that is going on WhatsApp. Mise
Yes.
left. Najua uko job. Your closing remarks.
Yeah, no, I'm glad that we are having this conversation. I am glad that we were so delusioned at the beginning that we could not see the really and true character of these people, and no one has interest our interest at heart. People want to make money. Just it doesn't. They are not. You know, people are not hearing enough. Mzalendo. I tell if I have an income of 200, okay, or to 300 a month. If I'm in Kenya and I have an income of 200 to 300 a month, I think I would be satisfied with that. I'll be satisfied with that. If I have a home, I'll be happy with that, earning genuine money without kukanyaga mgongo wa mtu. So I hope that our leaders also can come to that point where they say it is not about the money that we are getting and the power that we are getting. So why would you want to kutafuta mali everywhere through kuua watu, kunyang'anya watu, and then you die and leave all this wealth. Just imagine someone like Moi, right? Alikufa. Kibaki alikufa. Uhuru, sorry, Kenyatta alikufa. Walienda na mali kweli? So na wako na pesa, walikuwa na pesa, hawakuzikwa na hiyo pesa. So I don't know what is wrong with these people. The idea that the president came up with, they were great. If I was the president, I would ignore everyone and let my development record speak for itself. I will concentrate. I will, do you remember during Kibaki's time, the spokesperson, I think it was Alfred Mutua, right? He was the one mwenye alikuwa anaongea sana. During Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, we had someone called Manoa Espisu. When this guy came out and spoke, you saw a little bit of decency in that government. But now we have William Ruto, yeye ndiye anajifanyia kila kitu. Anauza kijiko, anatengeneza kijiko, yeye ndio muuzaji, yeye ndio anayetengeneza kila kitu, is doing that. So he ought to be presidential. He ought to have the humanity in him and think. And you brought, Jeremiah, you brought in a new perspective. Sasa pia watoto wanafaa kuambia baba, unatuaibisha. Baba, unatuaibisha. Because if my kids tell me something, I will reflect. If my wife tells me something, I will reflect. So I hope hawa watoto pia, wakati Kenyans wakieka karatasi na kalamu mahali, they will also hold them accountable. What role did you play to advise your father as a family, the image and your future blessings? Why is your father taking it away from you? We know as a leader it's difficult, but why are you not proactive in making sure that there's prosperity for all of us and not for the few? Thank you, sir.
Yes, Mary, you wanted to jump in and say something. Can you jump in?
Yes, thank you, Mzalendo. Sorry to keep you. I just wanted to reiterate a bit about this guy who I don't even like to see his face, neither hear his voice. But I will say this. There was one time I heard that he has forced poor people to sell their land to him, and he give them money. You can go look where to live. That was something that was terrible to me. Imagining you are it's like a threat that you have to sell that land to this guy who has money, who is the president of your country, forcing you to sell your piece of land that you have. Unapewa pesa. Pesa kwake si shida. Atakupea 1,000 kadhaa. Enda ukatafute shamba. And you feel to go, actually, because you know what he does to other people. The other thing I want to say, he cannot be a role model to his children. The only thing these children will see, with the high style of life, they are being treated like kings and queens, princess and prince in their own home. Unanunuliwa matatu, I'll give that example. Unanunuliwa matatu, unaambiwa enda, ubebe watu hapo. You don't need a number, you don't need to queue, you are a son of a president. You see, those are the behavior of that family. Because now they are shown that they can live however they want. So I don't expect them even to ask him, what did you do? But my question was, when he sit down in the house after being busy during the day, what does he discuss? He is bitter. I don't think even he talks because he don't have anything good to talk about. So now, there's something, oh my gosh, it's getting lost. There is, who talked last? Is it Mise or?
Me.
There's something Mise said I wanted to add on.
Yeah, Mise.
Yeah, there's something he said last, but anyway.
Family.
Huh?
Did he talk about, he talked about family. Mise talked about family.
Yeah.
Are you trying to, you've forgotten what Mise said? Yeah?
Yeah, because I wanted to add on top of that, but anyway.
Why jump in very fast before you forget. Mise, what did you say? That Mise, you said something that.
Oh yeah. I said I think she's attended it to it. I said that their children should tell their father that he is embarrassing them. You know, kuna kitu Swale alisema that ukitoka nje upate mama yako amekaa vibaya, wewe kama kijana uingie upate mama yako amekaa vibaya, hajajimudu kwa kukaa kwake, na kuna wageni wanatoka nyuma, unawaambia, unaona sasa, inasema je, utawacha wageni waone uchi wake ama utaambia mama akae vibaya? Sasa huu ndio ule wakati ambapo familia ya rais inafaa kumwambia kwamba amekaa vibaya na anawaibisha kama familia na kama watoto, na wao kama watoto as youth they feel the pain of losing other youths. They are the right mouthpiece to speak to him and tell them that he should do something.
I get it. Now I have the point. Nilikuwa nataka kusema Gen Z ni watoto wa huyu mtu. Gen Z, they are trying to say, do you know Gen Z were not going to overthrow the government? They are trying to be a better country, to be in a better country. That is what they are looking for. But huyu anachukua kimakusudi, mimi si mtu wa kuambiwa namna hiyo. I'm gonna deal with you. Just imagine a father who does that to his children. The children will run away. Tuseme kama ni nyumba yake, watoto watakimbia watoke kwa hiyo nyumba. Lakini sisi, Gen Z wetu, wanakimbia towards him. Kumwambia baba, hapa unakosea, tutengenezee hii njia, but instead, anapinduka mnyama, anawakula. Those are the words I wanted to make because he is really intimidating the people who would bring him up and make him shine. Lakini ameona wanamkosoa, hataki hivyo. You can imagine such kind of a leader. This guy is not a leader. It's an evil person. Even in his own mind, brain, guts, he is not a peaceful man. He is a hostile man, cruel, evil, anything bad you think about, because when you kill a soul innocently, you are nothing to be compared with anybody. You are evil. Thank you.
All right, we come to the end of, yes, Jeremy, yes.
One last thing.
Yeah.
Just one last thing on what Mary and Miss have said, and it's what happened. Now, what Miss you are saying, what the children of these people, and I want it to, it can't be just the president alone. We need to have these children of all of our political class. Whether your father is a CS, a minister, or whatever, we need to have this discussion. As long as your parents are in public office, the children should be able to hold them accountable. I remember what I was saying earlier on, that the idea of having a talk show where we can sit with these children or wives of these leaders and have an honest discussion of what they talk about. It came to me during the Rio Olympic 2010. That's when, how far back? You remember the CEO of National Olympic Committee of Kenya? Huh? This guy, the government buys uniform for our athletes. The athletes get to Rio, they don't have uniforms to participate. Then when we come back, this Jama had taken the uniforms, and his family, his wife and children, are going around on vacation in Mombasa in these uniforms. So you're wondering how do you even, this is your father now. It's all over the news that he stole uniforms for athletes meant to be used at the Olympics. Kumbe it's the uniform, the clothes he's been giving you, and he has a whole box of others under his bed. So I think we need to have a way that these honest discussions can start from the immediate family of our political class. Not just the president, everyone, that they can be able to tell their father, Dad, apana, this is wrong. Oh, Dad, no, you can't do this. I rest my case. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. I mean, it has been a wonderful show. Laban Misiani, asante sana for being there on the comment section. We had Mason Sanders, kama kawaida. Thank you very much for being on the show. And who else was in this show? Collins Mosongo, asante sana for being part of this show. Joyce Anthony, Sammy Costa, and many more. Benjamin Omenda stepped out, and I hope you are safe because they were tracking you with surveillance when you are in the show. I hope, Benjamin, you are safe wherever you are. Calvin Atandi, asante sana for being part of the show. Calvin Skireta, thank you very much. And who else? If I didn't mention you, please, thank you for being part of a freak. Joy Obesa, asante sana from New Jersey. Karibu sana. Next time we'll make a point of visiting New Jersey. We have a good restaurant there in Swahili Village in New Jersey. We will come there and have a show with you. Asante sana, guys, for being part of a freak this evening. And I hope that tomorrow we will have some news of these boys who were abducted and are released by the Kenyan government. Thank you.